This program is brought to you by Newsworks in cooperation with the City of Eau Claire. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting is now in session. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson,
Here.
Beaton,
Here.
Berge,
Here.
Christofferson,
Here.
Emmanuel, Gregert,
Here.
Klinkhammer,
Here.
Lohr,
Here.
Weld,
Here.
Worthman.
And good evening. Just before we get started, a couple of things. The North Conference Room, which is down the hall and up the stairs, is open. There's a monitor there if we are short on seating, or if others come in late and you want to let them know that there is available seating there with a monitor. And we will update people if anybody does choose to go into there as far as when their agenda item might be coming up. And we'll try and stay and keep them in touch as we go through it. If not, it looks like so far we have a couple of empty seats. So maybe if you see people come in, if I could get everybody to shift towards the wall, that would be great in case we have others that come in. I want to welcome everybody to our July, I wish it was July. Right. Our January 27th City Council meeting. Before we get started, I do want to welcome our new Chief of Police, who is in the back row there. Chief Rokas was just announced as our new Chief of Police. And I want to welcome him and thank you for your service and look forward to working with you. Thank you. All right, with that, during our Monday meetings, the Eau Claire City Council conducts public hearings, listening sessions, and public discussion where residents in our community are invited and encouraged to ask questions and weigh in on important decisions we will be making at our legislative session tomorrow at 4 p.m. in chambers or in coming weeks and months ahead. We want to thank Valley Media Works for live streaming this proceeding. To those you not able to join us in person, to watch, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit channel 994 on Spectrum Cable. It is also simulcast at 101.9 FM. And you can find past meetings on YouTube under the Triple Valley Media Works channel. If you plan to address the council this evening, I will briefly review the protocol. Once an agenda item is introduced, staff will present on that item, and following the presentation, the council may have questions to clarify an issue. We will then open the item for public input. Once the item is open, please come forward one at a time, and when you approach, please begin by announcing your name and your address, and then begin sharing your comments. We welcome you to speak for 5 minutes. You will see 3 lights before you on the podium there. The first light is green, which will begin illuminating when you start to speak. It will then turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining. When you see the light flashing red, I will ask you to politely wrap up your comments. Sometimes council members will have follow-up questions for you, so please give us a moment before going back to your seat. If you wish to speak on an item that is not listed on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period at the end of the meeting. If you haven't done so yet, there is a sign-up sheet on the table and back, and if you're welcome to sign up if it is, again, anything that is not on the agenda, you're welcome to speak to that at the end of the meeting. Lastly, if you're not comfortable speaking at the podium at all, you can fill out a comment form also on the back table, and those comments are then distributed to council members ahead of our legislative meeting tomorrow night. As always, you can email or call us, and our information is on the website and also on the sheets and information on the back table. With that introduction, we'll get on to our first order of business. There are 7 items scheduled in our public hearing on the agenda, and we'll begin with agenda item number 1, which is alley improvements, and there are numerous alley improvements, and I'll let Mr. Solberg go through those with all of you one at a time. Good evening.
Thank you, Council President Weld. The first item on the agenda is our 2020 alley reconstruction program. And this year we have 17 alleys that are proposed to be reconstructed throughout the city. This is an overview map showing the alleys. And what we do with our alleys, they're all basically the same. We go in, we rate our alleys according to the pavement condition that you would see when you're driving on it. We remove what's left of the pavement when we, they're perfect. When we start construction, we grade it so there is adequate substructure to provide a base for 2 inches of pavement. And then the alley is like a concave form, so it grabs the water and drains it to the adjacent street. If it's not able to drain to an adjacent street, we add storm sewer to it. So frequently with our non-reconstructed alleys, there's bird baths and potholes and all sorts of not vehicle conducive features. And when we're done, they're dry, easy to hopefully snow blow and in better condition. We've been in a alley improvement program now for, I believe this is our 6th year, with the goal of reconstructing our alleys in the city. So all of the improved ones are at a pavement condition index of 50 or greater, out of a score of 100. And prior to this year, we have 39 remaining, and after this year, we should have about 22 remaining. So we're almost to the end of our program to improve the previously improved alleys. So this year, and I will go over the overhead or the overview map for the alleys, and I won't go into the specifics unless there is a question about a specific alley. Then I have larger scale drawings to go for that. We have 3 alleys in the Randall Park neighborhood. We have 2 alleys in the Cannery District, east of Cameron Street. We have 2 alleys in the North Riverfronts neighborhood, east of Forest Street and east of Hobart. We have a number of alleys in the Northside Hill neighborhood, and then the last remaining alleys are in the Sundet Runway Avenue area on the north side of town. Of note with the alleys on the north side, we are also working not with this construction project, but with Xcel Energy to have those alleys lit to help with some of the quality of life and some of the crime prevention in that neighborhood. So they won't be the decorative poles that we have with our projects, but they'll be the poles that Xcel Energy puts in our newer neighborhood projects. So with that, I would entertain any questions.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Solberg? I don't see any. Thank you. So again, this is a public hearing, and anyone here that is interested in speaking to any of the alleys that are noted for agenda item number 1, you're welcome to come up. Again, I'll ask if there's anyone that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is a public hearing on proposed street, utility, and sidewalk improvements on the following streets: Chippewa Street, 5th Avenue to 1st Avenue, 2nd Avenue, Water Street to Lake Street, Comet Court, Frisbee Lane to North. Mr. Solberg.
And if it's okay with the council, if I go through all 3 projects and then answer questions at the end?
Certainly.
Okay. So the first 2 of the 3 listed are in the historic Randall Park neighborhood. They're off of Water Street. The street on the left is Chippewa Street, and it starts at 1st Avenue and ends at 5th. The second street is 2nd Avenue, and it starts at Water Street, and it goes to Lake Street. So I'll describe, they're similar projects, but I will describe Chippewa Street first. Chippewa Street currently is 40 feet face-to-face between the curb and gutters. The utilities date back to the 1880s. The water main, the oldest water main is from 1885, and there is storm sewer from 1885 as well. Sanitary sewer is a little bit newer, from 1909 and 1915. And this street, as well as 2nd Avenue, is two of our streets in the city that have lead service lines. So the property owners, that was one goal that we wanted with getting both of these streets this year, is to coordinate construction in the neighborhood, but also make the property owners eligible for the lead service line replacement program that provides reimbursement for those. So Chippewa Street, we're proposing to replace basically everything that's out there with new infrastructure, new sanitary sewer, water main, storm sewer, new street, curb and gutter, sidewalk, pavement to the same widths and locations that they currently reside. And we are also proposing to restripe. There's a crosswalk off Chippewa Street at First Avenue. So we took our projects and we met with BPAC, and the recommendation for Chippewa Street and Second Avenue was largely with what we're proposing, and to restripe the crosswalks where they currently exist. So Chippewa Street will be a brand new street. It allows parking on both sides of Chippewa Street currently, and we're not proposing any changes to the parking for that. Second Avenue from Water Street to Lake Street is a little bit narrower than Chippewa Street. It's 30 feet between the faces of curb, and there are varying parking restrictions along the route. We are not proposing to change any of the parking restrictions with the project. Chippewa Street, or Second Avenue, the utilities are again old. They date back to 1889 for the sanitary sewer, 1890 for the water main, and the water main is currently 4-inch and 6-inch cast iron, and our minimums that we install now are 8 inches. So it will be upsized and replaced with ductile iron. And storm sewer is from 1937 and is concrete pipe. It's a local street. Sidewalk along 100% of it, its pavement condition ranges from 62 to 80. And similar to Chippewa Street, what we propose to reconstruct with Second Avenue is to reconstruct to the same configuration that we have currently. New utilities underneath, and in the past, Second Avenue had a crosswalk at Water Street, and there was a crosswalk at Lake Street, and we're proposing to restripe the crosswalks along those two arterials. And I took a question earlier today. As Second Avenue approaches Lake Street, there is a slight flare out, and I can go through our fill drawings here. There is a slight flare out as Second Avenue approaches Lake Street to allow turning movement in and turning movement out. Question was, could we keep that straight so that comes into Lake Street at the same cross-sectional width that Second Avenue is? And it wouldn't necessarily hurt anything. I think when we have snow built up, you have a little extra room to push snow so you can have cars coming in and out. Without taking complaints or having any kind of safety concerns, we just propose to replace it as is. So the overlying scope of both of these projects are new utilities, replacing the physical infrastructure that you see to the same widths and locations that you currently see, only with new material, and making close to 100 properties eligible for the lead service line replacement program. With that, I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. Regarding the lead pipe replacements, when the projects are done, is it a hanger that gets put on people's doors, or how are properties notified?
We'll work with our utility division, and prior to construction, the property owners will know. So hopefully when we're going through with our water main replacement, the service lines going into the house will be replaced succinctly with that.
Okay.
So we won't wrap up construction and then the homeowners will come in and do that independently of ours. We're hoping for a smooth process for that.
Okay. Could I ask a follow-up?
Certainly.
Is there anything, we've had discussion before about Lake and Second and the speeds. Is there anything planned to try to address some of the downhill speeds on Lake Street
So-
as they approaches Second Ave?
We do have a project coming up later this cycle on Lake Street. It's a mill and fill that will go from Second Avenue to Fifth Avenue. And that was a discussion that we had with BPAC as well. And I've taken several comments from the community about the speed in these crosswalks, possibly relocating this in a bus stop up at Oxford by the courthouse. So that wasn't included in this project, but it is one that we're looking at with the Lake Street project.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman McGregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. Thank you, Mr. Solberg. I guess another intersection I was curious about, and we've had some email discussion this weekend about too, is the intersection of where actually both of these projects intersect, which is Second Avenue and Chippewa Street. So it's the only intersection that's being fully reconstructed. So I guess I was wondering if there's been any, I think it might be flipped the wrong way at the moment, but
Oh, so,
that's okay.
so north is up on the screen.
Yeah. So I guess I was wondering, there is somewhat of a pedestrian connection to the Water Street lot that is owned by UW Eau Claire. And so there's obviously kind of a desire line there to connect to the intersection from the parking lot. And it appears to be like a gravel pathway of some sort. So I was wondering if any conversation has occurred with the university on having this project be complementary to the university wanting to make a more official pathway there.
In this location here?
Yeah.
So I have forwarded our plans over to the university because we also have Water Street is going to be under construction as well. So 3 sides of this parking ramp this parking lot is going to be under construction. With that being on private property, even though it's a public institution, it's on their side of the right-of-way line. We wouldn't do that work for them. But if they wanted to, and if there's something we could do to help with our sidewalk, we would certainly work hand in hand with them. I haven't taken any comments with this particular parking lot on coordinating, although we're pretty young in the process with that. So I guess we're open to it if they ask.
Sure.
Certainly. Go ahead.
Yes, another question. It's mentioned in the narrative, and then you mentioned earlier that we're going to repaint all the crosswalks. Have there been, and there's only like 3 of them, I think, that you mentioned, but are there any plans to paint new crosswalks where there aren't currently crosswalks?
We didn't include additional crosswalks that weren't striped. Typically, inside of the block of local streets, there aren't crosswalks marked heavily in this area. So, as we had talked about earlier, when we have an intersection such as this, where there isn't a stop sign, these are called block-style crosswalks, and they're about $2,000 for each crossing on there, depending upon the length. That's how much it costs to put in. And if it's a bar crosswalk where you have stop signs where it's just the 2 white lines, it's about $600, depending upon bid prices. So we're able to put these crosswalks in with our capital program. With our, it's a small dollar amount when you're talking about a $1.4 million reconstruction project, but when they have to be replaced in the future, they come out of the operating budget, and it's a maintenance item. So if we added 10 of the block-style crosswalks where there aren't stop control on the route, 8 to 10 years from now, we're looking at potentially $20,000 to replace crosswalks, and then that plays into competing interests for positions and so forth. So that's why we're very judicious with where we recommend our crosswalks. We try to go with our safe routes to school, try to have them on arterials. It's not that we don't like them, but we try to, I guess, get the most bang for our buck. And when we had discussed this project with BPAC, there wasn't a strong desire with 2nd Avenue when there's parking on one side, and Chippewa Street when it's parked in during the school day, traffic goes pretty slow through there, especially with snow. It's constricted, and there wasn't a strong concern raised for that. But certainly along the arterials, where you can see there's just a ghost of it along Water Street, then I think it is probably a better better value at that location, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council, from Mr. Solberg in regards to the first two items? Is that right? That's
Sorry,
all right. We can come back. It might make
I
sense
forgot
to-
about Comet
Yeah,
Court,
no,
sorry.
that's okay.
Um,
But
that-
I guess in regards to Chippewa Street or Second Avenue, any questions from council? Seeing, yeah.
All right. So the last street is Comet Court on the north side. North is up on the drawing. This street was petitioned, and the petition was accepted by the city council at the last council meetings. It's a new street, and it was petitioned for street and utility extensions into this location. The street will be 36 feet wide, or is proposed to be 36 feet wide, face of curb to face of curb, with a cul-de-sac at the end of it. This will match the other adjacent cul-de-sacs that are in the neighborhood. Sidewalk is being recommended to be deferred in accordance with our city ordinances, because this cul-de-sac is approximately 300 to 325 feet long, and cul-de-sacs less than 750 feet by ordinance may have the sidewalk deferred until the future. The council obviously has the right to not defer sidewalk, but it's customary with cul-de-sacs being less than 750 feet to recommend deferral of sidewalks, primarily for snow removal purposes. It gets a little bit tighter on the end of the cul-de-sacs when you start having snow plowing operations. This will create an area of infill of anywhere from 7 to 10 possible home sites. It's on the north side of Eau Claire, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to either of these three projects? Chippewa Street, Second Avenue, or the north side? Comment, and you're welcome to come up. Again, if you would just introduce yourself and your address.
Richard Huffman, 1223 Eddie Lane. I have one of the properties that would be on Comet Court.
Okay.
And one of the things on Comet Court, I'm going to speak for one of my neighbors first. He's got the bigger section there that is in the works of being sold, so I don't know when this would go through. But he has sold the property due to the fact that he is not in good health. Also, the one I own is right at the end, and there's very little.
Do you want to show, are you able to show us on the map? Is it frontage there, Dave?
It's on the north end. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's this property right here.
Okay.
And on the north end there, I've got very little section on it. I am not intending to build on it. Neither is the one next to it. We're keeping it to keep somebody from building in our backyard, basically. I would like to ask for a deferment on this, if it would be possible. Now, would I have to do that in writing, or?
Yeah, I guess you can reach out to Mr. Solberg or to, well, I would have you start with probably Mr. Solberg
Okay.
first, and he can lead you through the process.
Okay,
If that makes sense.
okay, that makes sense.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Any other questions? or-
No, that should do it. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone else here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 3, which is a public hearing on a proposed street utility and sidewalk improvement on the following streets: South Slope Terrace, Simona Parkway to Morningside Drive, and Wedgewood Avenue, South Slope Terrace to Shell Ledge Road. Mr. Solberg.
Okay, the last streets for tonight, they reside north of Birch Street and east of the North Side Hill. east of Hastings Way, and South Slope Terrace from Simona Parkway over to Morningside Drive. And the second project is Wedgewood Avenue from South Slope Terrace to Shale Edge Road. These are among the last remaining streets in this hilly area of town that has been a focus of replacing street and utilities over the last several years. I will go over South Slope Terrace first. The utilities from Mount Nemo Avenue to the north to Simona Parkway were replaced in 1996. And this stretch was reconstructed, although the pavement is starting to deteriorate. We're proposing a mill and overlay on this section here, and that the only special assessments that would apply would be if there is any curb and gutter repair in that area. This area is 18 feet face to face. It's very narrow, it's very hilly, and the hill comes right up to the back of the curb and gutter, and there is no sidewalk in this location. It was deferred in 1996 due to topographical constraints with the project. The east part of the project goes from Mount Nemo Avenue to Morningside Drive. The utilities were installed in the 1940s. They're over in excess of 70 years old. The pavement was installed in 1973, and it has 30 feet from face of curb to face of curb. That portion does have sidewalk from this location down to Morningside Drive. So what the project proposes for this portion of the project is to replace the utilities and the driving surface, the curb and gutter, sidewalk, pavement with new infrastructure down to this location on Morningside Drive. Wedgewood Drive is also 30 feet face to face, and its utilities are also date to the late 1940s, are in excess of 70 years old. The pavement on Morningside on Wedgewood, excuse me, was constructed in 1965. It has a pavement condition index ranging from 59 to 77. And the project for Wedgewood Avenue also proposes to replace all of the utilities and the curb and gutter and driving surface to the same 30 feet width face to face. And this also has 100% of the frontage has sidewalk, so we're proposing to replace all of the sidewalk. And if there is sidewalk that's in good enough condition that does not present a potential trip hazard or is not in non-compliance with the ADA, we will leave that in place. There are a few, I guess lastly, there are a few retaining walls along Wedgewood Avenue, and we'll work with the property owners for the replacement of retaining walls. And the city pays for a portion of those retaining walls through a special assessment, and the property owners pay for a portion of the retaining walls. With that, I'll take any questions with these two projects.
Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I was wondering, Mr. Solberg, if you've heard from any of the residents from around there?
I have not heard from residents in this area. Usually when the surveyors go out, we get phone calls, and I think the big thing is the other routes in this area, we've always had areas where we've looked at extending the sidewalk system, and that's gotten a lot of phone calls, and then we've had more public involvement. We're proposing with the project to replace the sidewalk that's already there, and because it was revisited not that long ago and it is very topographically constrained, we're not proposing additional sidewalk at this time from Mount Nemo up. So it's been very quiet for feedback on this one.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to these two street projects? You're welcome to come up. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Tamara Fanjoy, and our property is at 706 Wedgewood Avenue. That is at the corner of Simona Parkway and Wedgewood. My question is, I guess in 2015, Simona Parkway on the one side of our property was done, and we were assessed $5,500 for that. And now the new proposed for in front of our house, and we are one of the retaining walls, is $10,900. So over the course of these 5 years, our property is then assessed about $16,400, which I think is excessive. The retaining wall is intact, but to replace it, apparently we pay half, which is, our half would be $6,000, and the other half would be paid, the other $6,000 would be paid. So I'm just trying to understand how, I mean, that's a lot assessed on a small property. That was, you know, our home was built in 1948, so we don't have a new home, but we've got an awful lot of taxation coming in the next 10 years because of this project. So I don't know how we go about petitioning this. The retaining wall has to be there because our house sits up on a hill. But to pay that amount of money, I think, is really excessive.
If I could have Mr. Solberg come up.
If I can get your info, could you show me where you
Sure, I'm
live
at
on
Simona
here?
and Wedgwood.
So our residential properties are not special assessed on multiple sides like,
So I would be,
so here is Simona right here, and here's Wedgwood.
here's me, right here's my property, right there.
Okay, well, there may be a mistake with this. With residential properties, you're generally assessed for the side of your property that has the addressing your driveway on. Simona Avenue, I'm not sure why it would have been assessed, so we'll look at that to make sure that it seems like if you have received both bills that there is an error either in the former one or the latter one. So if I can get your information, I can clarify tomorrow with our special assessment technician, and then we'll provide an update to the council on that.
Okay.
Great.
Very good.
Um,
Here, my paper.
Any other questions?
Yeah, if it's a commercial property, they pay for every side, but residential, it's only one side only,
That's what I thought.
so. I'll call you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for coming up.
Hi,
Good evening.
Cara Schilling, 2726 South Slope Terrace. So my question is, I had two of them. When is this being done? And are both streets being done at the same time? Because our only other option for parking, we have to use those side streets. So you take somebody like us who were in the middle of South Slope, where do we park?
Ma'am, I'll have you, if you could face us,
Oh,
and then
I'm
we'll
sorry.
have Dave, that's okay, the cameras are faced on you now, so.
Okay.
We'll have Dave come up, and he can maybe answer those questions for all of
Okay.
us, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the contracts, it'll be the same contractor that will do both projects, and customarily, they're under construction at the same time. However, they won't be doing utility work in front of all of the properties at the same time, so you may have access to your property on a gravel surface or on a sand surface on there. But they're generally pretty good with the homeowners because we have to provide enough access or suitable access for emergency response in there as well. Oftentimes, at the end of the day, when they're done with construction, you're able to come in and still get into your driveway, and they make every effort for that. Same with the sidewalk. They try to take the sidewalk out last to try and keep at least the walkability of the neighborhood, and then they replace that last. As far as construction, it'll be under construction this summer. We typically don't force a schedule of start June 1st and wrap up
Right.
August 1st. So I would say construction will probably start sometime in June, July, and will wrap up in the mid-fall, early to mid-fall.
Okay, because with Birch Street being on our other side, we can't park over there. So I was just wondering how we do that. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Are there any other questions or comments or discussion in regards to South Slope Terrace or Wedgwood Avenue? For Mr. Solberg?
Yeah, if I could.
Mr. Solberg, we have one question from council.
Mr. Solberg, regarding the retaining wall, just so I understand, on Wedgwood, does that have to get replaced? Or if it's in good condition, can it stay?
Yeah, if it's in good condition, it can stay unless there's some utility work or something that would necessitate it to come down. But if it's in good shape and it doesn't have to come down for just because, then we will leave that in place.
Okay, thanks.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to agenda item number 3? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is a public hearing on an ordinance rezoning a property located at West 3380 Highway 37 from P to C3P, and to adopt the general development plan with a site plan for plumbers and steam fitters, local 434. Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Good evening, Council President Weld and members of the council. Thank you. Just an overview map that frequently referred to from the previous week's Plan Commission meeting. This item is listed as number 2 to the southwest of the city. More specifically, here's a map just showing that general area in relation to rezoning classifications or zoning districts as it currently stands. An aerial photo more specifically showing what was a Little Red School. So with that, the property owner is currently the Plumbers and Steamfitters UA Local 434, or Plumbers Union. They are requesting to go through several different pieces here as relates to this public hearing this evening. He requests to amend the 2015 Eau Claire Comprehensive Plan. This property again is located at 3380 State Road 37. To change the land use designation from school to commercial. Secondly, to rezone the property from P, public, to C3P. And thirdly, to adopt the general development plan with a final site plan, again, for the Plumbers Union. With that, should note that at your spots this evening was placed an amended ordinance. What was originally included in the packet was simply the rezoning portion of that, and the comprehensive plan amendment piece was inadvertently omitted. So apologize for that omission, and it is now included in its entirety in the replacement ordinance before you, which will be for consideration tomorrow afternoon. Again, the property owner, the Plumbers Union, is requesting to go through these amendments and general development plan and site plan for approximately 10.99 acres of land at this location shown here. Again, part of that is the rezoning from the P public to commercial designation C3P. That P then would include the general development plan to change the use of the property and the former school. Shown a little more specifically here. Change this former school to be used for their union offices, meeting rooms, classrooms, and training spaces. The applicant's offices are currently located in the city of Eau Claire as well at 246 Ridge Road. If you recall, the property was annexed into the city of Eau Claire as a non-contiguous parcel last June, when at that time it was still owned by the city of Eau Claire and a predecessor to the Eau Claire Area School District. The property was then more formally transferred to Eau Claire Area School District, who then subsequently sold into 2 parcels. You can see here more specifically. One to the property owner to the east is vacant land. That's shown as parcel B. And the other containing the school and grounds to the applicant here shown as parcel A. The applicant requested the Plan Commission at its meeting back in November, on the 18th of November 2019, to initiate the hearings and public review process for the comprehensive plan amendment. So with that, again, showing just a general schematic as provided by the applicant of reuse of the building itself, and again, back to showing the overall site itself. The applicant, again, is looking to modify the comprehensive plan, go through the rezoning, and then have the general development plan and site plan approved. The applicant did provide a narrative of the proposed uses, along with the basic layout of the uses, again, jumping back to this, all within the existing school building. Existing parking appears to be sufficient for the proposed uses, and again, the applicant is not looking to make any significant exterior modifications with the exception of a garage door loading dock into what would be a welded shop area. In terms of specific to the uses as proposed, the applicant is looking to include administrative offices, classrooms for training apprentices and journey workers, industrial rigging training, and a welding lab. So no manufacturing or industrial uses are planned, nor any retail or other commercial endeavors. So that's the P designation, again, really specifying the uses being proposed with the C3 and that P designation for the rezoning request. Again, the Plan Commission to review this at their meeting last week, again, including the comprehensive plan amendment. They reviewed the criteria necessary to find the comprehensive plan amendment consistent with the request, and they are making a unanimous recommendation for approval for all items for you here today and tomorrow. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Are there any questions from council? I don't see any.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Berge.
That's okay. Thank you, Council President. I was wondering, and thanks, Mr. Allen. You reminded me that there was 2 different lots, but this is just for one of, the parcels. This is just for parcel A.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So parcel B will still stay public for now?
Correct for now,
Okay.
yes. Again, it still remains within the city as an non-contiguous parcel, but still with the P public designation, yes.
Okay.
From what I understand, again, I don't have anything specific from the landowner to the east who purchased the land, but from what I understand, it is intended to be just remain as is for the time being.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Allen, I assume there isn't, but I wanted to ask, is there any environmental considerations regarding this new use?
It's a good question. In terms of the change of use, none have been indicated. When they go through any building permit for remodeling and reconstruction within the building, certain those would be identified or at least discussed at that time. But as it stands now with the change of use through the rezoning and the comprehensive plan map amendment, none have been identified.
Okay.
And again, they're looking to maintain, and I may defer to the applicant, but looking to keep all of their uses wholly within
Sure.
the existing structure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. To build off of Councilmember Worthman's question, I've understood that there's a fair amount of prairie restoration work that's happened on this land. So I'd be interested in knowing if the new owners are aware of that and possibly interested in keeping up some of that. So
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. We can certainly look into that. If the applicant's not present, we can certainly see if
Any
their
other
interests are.
questions? Thank you
All right,
for coming
thank you.
in. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 5, which is a public hearing on an ordinance rezoning a property located at 318 Elm Street from RM to RMP and to adopt the general development plan with site plan for a 6-unit apartment building. Mr. Petrie, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council President Weld, members of the commission, members of the public. Tonight is a rezoning from RM to RMP and to adopt the general development plan with the site plan before you for a 6-unit proposed apartment located at 318 Elm Street. The property, former property used to be owned by the city of Eau Claire. This council recommended approval of the sale back in November of 2018. The applicant at that time was proposing a 6-unit apartment. And before you, on the screen, is number 3, which is located just north of downtown. The property to the north is the old Welter's Brewery, which is currently zoned I-2. To the west is a manufacturing, a sheet metal place. To the south is zoned RMP, and to the east is zoned RMP. The applicant is requesting, again, the plan development request before you. This is to allow for more flexibility within the zoning. The applicant is proposing a 6-unit apartment with 4 one-bedrooms and 2 two-bedrooms. The building, here's the aerial photograph showing the property, which is currently vacant. In your packet too is the site plan proposed. 4 of the units are accessing off of Elm Street, 1 off of North Barstow Street, and then 1 off the side to the west. Off the back is the attached garages. Each of the units will have 2-car attached garages. The floor plan is also in your packet. And then the building elevations as proposed. They're proposing a porch on the front with dormers, windows, and then on the sides are also one of the entrances on the east and west as proposed. Again, the garages are off the rear access. In order to accommodate the garages, the porches, and everything, the applicant is requesting a 15-foot setback in the front. Typical RM zoning has a 20-foot setback. Also, to allow for the garages, the applicant is proposing a larger maximum lot coverage, over 40% plus or minus. The RM standards is 35%. Also, the applicant, with the request, is proposing a 10% open space. The requirement for RM is 15%. The site plan, as noted, does show various sidewalk connections to the public sidewalk. As part of the multifamily design manual that was approved by this council in December of 2019, last year, staff believes, and the neighborhood also concurs with the proposed garages off the rear rather than being off of the front, which would be Elm Street. Also, they believe that and staff believes that the elevations proposed is appropriate and consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. The Plan Commission also has a recommended approval of this request last week, and staff believes this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the neighborhood plan has supported this project as of last week. With that being said, I'll be answering any questions tonight.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Petrie? Councilmember Worthman.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Mr. Petrie, just one quick question about windows. I noticed that for some of the apartments, they will only have windows in one direction. So the two middle ones will only have windows facing south, I believe it is. And I wonder if we could encourage that there be windows on the back of this property, maybe on the north side above the garages or something like that. Would that be something that we could ask for?
Absolutely. So within your packet tonight is some recommendations. In tomorrow's meeting, you would have to add that recommendation, and the applicant would have to look at that to add some windows.
Thank you. Oh, could I ask a follow-up?
Certainly.
I don't know much about this sheet metal business that's next door, but was there any foreseen noise or other impacts from that being so close to this property that were discussed at Plan Commission?
It was not discussed. I'm not aware if the applicant is here tonight, but that would definitely be a good question to ask the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. Thank you, Mr. Petrie. I guess I have another window question for you. I actually see sort of like a third level window on the front, like kind of a half level up there, but there's obviously no floor up there. Are those windows going to be facing into the common areas of those apartments, or are those more aesthetic, or?
Yeah, excellent question. My understanding, those are false dormers, so it's aesthetics to match the neighborhood.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is the applicant here? Did you wish to speak? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we will go on to agenda item number 6, public hearing on an ordinance amending the general development plan for a C3P zone property located on the east side of London Road, south of Damon Street for commercial building. Mr. Allen.
Thank you again, Council President Weld and members of the council. Before you this evening is it's shown here as item number 1, south side of Eau Claire, located at the intersection of London Road and Damon Street. The request before you is to amend the general development plan for Chippewa Valley Eye Clinic as part of their expansion and reconstruction, and to approve the final plat for Southtown Business Park 2, located in this area. Hoft Builders is representing the property owner, Southside Holdings LLC, requesting to amend their general development plan for the eye clinic to allow the expansion of a new and now rebuilt office building, which was originally constructed. See here, area map, overview aerial. The building was originally constructed back in 1999. The expansion and reconstruction would incorporate City of Eau Claire property designated excess land, which is in the southwest corner of the yellow outlined rectangle, more or less there. As such, the applicant also looks to propose to combine and reconfigure the existing lot lines into a two-lot, 4.47 acre final plat for what would be known as Southtown Business Park 2. That was originally approved as Southtown Business Park back in 1997. The final site plan would still need to be reviewed at a later date by the Plan Commission. But again, before you here, I should show here's more specifically the excess land as it relates to the proposed expansion plans. And the final plat as shown with the dashed lines being the existing original property lines. So jumping back to this, again, final site plan would need to be reviewed by the Plan Commission. But until then, the Plan Commission has recommended approval of this amendment to the general development plan, as well as the final plat for you here this evening and tomorrow.
Any questions for Mr. Allen? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President. Just one question, and this might be something that will come up a little bit later before it goes to the next phase of the Plan Commission, is that this area, there can be a lot of traffic challenges right in this area, and so just wondering if that's something that we'll be talking about further down the road, or just in terms of thinking about where, if their building plan is where a parking lot would go and things like that, just there can be a lot of activity around that intersection.
Very good question. Yes, that would be finalized as part of that final site plan. But as it stands now, I don't believe they're anticipating any additional or reconfiguration of the access points as you see here.
Okay.
So again, it's really looking at expanding their building and perhaps actually trying to improve some of the interior circulation as well. As you know, as it stands now, simply have to exit the site to actually go around the building.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something we will certainly incorporate in our comments and discussion with them with the final site plan.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for Mr. Allen? I don't see any.
Right.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Is the applicant here, or is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, which is a public hearing on a charter ordinance relating to the City Council and the reapportionment of the aldermanic districts of the City of Eau Claire. Ms. Riepel.
The CMJM Properties annexation is on your agenda for tomorrow. This annexation will require a new voting ward as it is in a different assembly district than adjacent city property. It will create Ward 78, which is part of Aldermanic District 4. And there will be 2 items on your agenda tomorrow. One is a resolution creating the new ward, and the other is adding it to Aldermanic District 4. The polling location for this will be Fire Station number 8.
Does council have any questions for Ms. Riepel? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we will close the public hearings and move on to public discussions. Agenda item number 8 is a public discussion on an ordinance creating Chapter 2.67 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire entitled Housing Opportunities Commission. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President Weld. And I just want to, first of all, thank my fellow council member, Kate Beaton, for the help and work on this commission. This evening, we're going to be hearing a little bit about this this Housing Opportunities Commission. And I think just to set the stage is a recognition in our community of how important the issue of housing is. We have, for the last number of years, had countless community organizations, including the Chippewa Valley Affordable Housing Task Force work that was done last year, the Jonah Affordable Housing work that's done, so many of our nonprofits that have taken a focus on this, and I would say our city council as a whole and the adoption of our affordable housing, our work plan. And this has been identified, the commission has something that we have identified as a way to help engage our community to a much stronger and greater extent in how we address the issue of affordable housing. This commission, as proposed, would be, if I am getting my numbers right, I believe the third commission in the last 15 years. And that speaks to the seriousness of this issue and how much emphasis we're placing on it. I think first and foremost is the idea that when we as a city look at forming a commission like this, it is about how we engage experts in our community, how we engage people who are having a lived experience of struggling to afford housing. It's a way to, as a city council, get feedback on policy ideas and decisions that we are going to be making. And I think first and foremost is that we're stronger because of our commissions in this, our boards, committees, and commissions in this city. And as a council, I think we place emphasis on the input and feedback that we get from people who serve on them. I want to just touch on a few different pieces that are within this. I think Councilmember Beaton will also speak to a few things, and Mr. Scott Allen is going to present as well. But I think the number one thing that I'd like to focus on is the fact that our city council has adopted a plan of action, and that this commission essentially would help us work through those roughly 35 or more different principles, give us feedback as a council going forward. There are also, I think, opportunities down the road as funding is available and there's a clear idea of how that funding could be used, that we might solicit feedback from this commission potentially in terms of which programs and which affordable housing projects could qualify and which ought to be prioritized. That's something that I think there's still room to grow into, and I think that's hopefully something that we see in the first year's work plan. I want to give a special thanks to Mr. Scott Allen for his work in helping to guide this process going forward. I also would like to thank an intern who worked with me. She's now back in France, who did research of many other cities and was an inspiration to help this happen, Maddie Unger as well. Just a quick look at the purpose and intent clause of this proposed commission. First and foremost, that it recommends and reviews ordinances and policies of general application that best ensure the availability of affordable housing in our community. B, that it facilitates programs, funding that contribute to Eau Claire's affordable housing, and specifically seeks to reduce costs for those who face the greatest need. C, that this commission would promote public-private partnerships that stimulate the development and revitalization of affordable housing units, expands diversity of housing types, and improves housing affordability. And D, reviews civic strategies that increase home ownership opportunities in the city of Eau Claire. Those are the reasons that we're bringing this forward at this time. And I hope that we have a lively discussion tonight. And I want to again say thank you to our city staff, our legal staff, our city manager, and as well all of the organizations and people, advocates who have stepped up in our community to help lead this effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Worthman covered it, but I just want to emphasize that I think that this is one additional tool that we have to address a real problem in our community. We know that we don't have enough housing for anybody, especially for those who are experiencing income insecurity and housing insecurity. And so I think we as a community, we've been able to see in the last couple of years how effective we can be in tackling this issue when we do it together. And I think that in the creation of this commission, we'll be doing more of that. And so thanks again to city staff, to the experts in other communities that we took advice from the experts in our own communities that we took advice from, and from those folks who are experiencing housing insecurity now. We really appreciate the support.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Mr. Allen.
Thank you again, Council President and members of the council. Thank you too to Councilmember Worthman and Councilmember Beaton for your introductory comments and overly kind remarks. Just wanted to add a few comments in terms of kind of framing the whole kind of housing situation as it relates to the work of the Regional Housing Task Force, and essentially, why we are before you here in part this evening. So stepping back to just this past November, when the council accepted the Regional Housing Task Force final report and the recommendations, I just want to read a little bit in terms of the history to kind of get us all up to speed to where we are here this evening. So since June, depending on who you ask, Altoona started a little bit before we all kind of got together. So kind of April to June of 2018, actually the cities of Altoona and Eau Claire began partnering to lead this Regional Housing Task Force of the Chippewa Valley. And it was framed as a voluntary assembly of stakeholders collaborating to better understand housing challenges, investigate solutions, and facilitate elevated cooperation. They had 6 meetings as a whole, as well as some additional kind of subcommittee meetings. They identified 16 consensus statements, and 45 recommendations were formed. And those focused on 5 strategic areas of development regulations, city policies, public funding, public-private partnerships, and civic strategies. The task force concluded its initial work this past July and published their final report, a summary of recommendations, a 1-page handout, and 49 pages of collected data. The task force also established 4 what they called sector-based subgroups centered around building and development community, the finance community, zoning and policy, as well as lived experience and service providers. Each community looked to institutionalize their own individual community-specific task force or advisory committee. Altoona's City Council formally adopted what they called the Altoona Housing Action Plan last May, and they identified their plan commission to be the keepers and implementers of that action plan. And here before you this evening, through the work of Council Members Worthman and Beaton, is Eau Claire Housing Opportunities Commission. Again, just in terms of the timeline here, in terms of discussions before City Council, those were held last February, then again in November, and now here again this evening. So with that, again, the Housing Opportunities Commission would be charged with advising the City Council and furthering housing policy in the City of Eau Claire on matters related to affordable housing, expanding housing diversity, and promoting greater awareness and understanding of housing needs and opportunities throughout the community. So with that, again, just stand before you as staff assisting the council here in framing this issue for your consideration here this evening. But again, deferring back to council members Beaton and Worthman as the authors of the ordinance before you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen and
All right.
Councilmember Worthman and Councilmember Beaton. Does council have any questions for either the two council members or Mr. Allen? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Weld. So I'm going to claim the new slip from never been on a council that is approving a new commission, and I'm just wondering, once a commission is established, how do they get their walking orders and the kind of like the bylaws and the how do we function together? Can you flesh that out a bit for me?
This is why, in part, City Manager Peters and City Attorney Nick were involved in this process as well. So I too, like Councilmember Christopherson, I have been involved in the creation of a commission before, but it's been a while. So I may defer to their expertise in terms of formulating bylaws and just how the commission gets kicked off.
City Manager Peters or City Attorney Nick?
I'll flip I have a coin if we need to flip a
Yes,
coin.
that would be me. The first order of business would be to appoint the members. So the Appointments Commission would need to come back at some point with a recommendation on the people that would actually fill the positions that are outlined in the ordinance. And then after that, they would go through some very basic, processes of establishing their regular meeting dates and setting agendas. From a staff perspective, we would assign a staff person that would be the primary staff person to work with the commission. And to the extent that they would, with time, develop their own protocol and their own set of in some cases there are bylaws, and in some cases there aren't, but depends on how formal they want to get with it. But it will develop with time, being guided very significantly by the ordinance itself. So, I mean, the ordinance provides the framework from which the commission can operate within, and first we have to staff it, and then after we staff it, we start going down the list of the items that are within its purview and talk about how they want to go about addressing that. So I don't know if the city attorney would like to add anything.
Any other questions? Councilmember Gregor?
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Allen, and fellow council members who worked on this. I guess I had a question, if you could flesh out a bit how staffing is going to work for this within planning and development, and obviously we have a new position that'll be coming online and a new associate planner within that department. So I was wondering if you could speak to the capacity of being able to carry out the work of the commission and having the staff support necessary.
Sure. Yeah, certainly that's a very important part of this. We'll definitely be walking before we run with this commission through community development. As you noted, we are looking to have an additional staff person. That's not until this summer. So there'll be a little bit of extra weight we'll need to carry within the department, at least until that time, if not beyond. I know there's been discussion with other departments as well, not the least of which being City County Health Department and their interest in being a part of the dialogue and discussion through the affordable housing initiatives and policies and programs. So there may be an opportunity to partner with other departments and kind of share the load a little bit, just in terms of the professional input. Maybe not so much in terms of day-to-day operational type things, but in terms of sharing conversations and dialogue at these different meetings. Look to other examples such as Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, where there's the engineering department and community development. Similarly with the Waterways and Parks Commission, where there's community services and community development. So there's opportunity for some interdepartmental assistance based again on as needed basis as these issues are brought up through the commission. So I don't see it necessarily sitting on one individual person immediately. Certainly there'll be a contact person and kind of a staff liaison at some point, and very likely would be through the community development department.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, President Weld. I think this has been the direction from all avenues, but I'm just kind of wondering, again, in item B, under their purpose and intent, to facilitate programs and funding, what were you, can you give me some background of what you were thinking that function would be? Facilitating programs and funding that contribute.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I think, first and foremost, one of the things that our boards, committees, and commissions usually have some role in or some say in is our capital plan. And so I think at the very base level, that's a likely opportunity for this commission to potentially weigh in as it refers to things that have to do with affordable housing. I think looking down the road, and this is a discussion that I think has to still happen within the commission itself and still be brought to City Council for review, is the opportunity for criteria to be developed so that certain program, or for example, if a developer would like to apply for funding and there's a pot of money that exists, is there a criteria or a way that they could recommend that program be utilized? And I think that still has to be fleshed out in terms of what that would look like, but I think that might be something down the road that this commission could do.
Councilmember Beaton.
And just to add, kind of as a reminder, the City Council did approve a capital investment the last budget session for, I think it was $200,000 for a specific project and another $500,000 for an unspecified purpose, but just for affordable housing. And so I think that's a really good example of the kind of thing that this item would point to.
If I may add as well, it would not step into other existing funding sources such as community development block grant or home funds that Housing Authority and the Housing Division have oversight.
Any other questions? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Allen. I guess the issue of kind of the intersectionality with other commissions and committees is probably going to be something that'll evolve a bit. But I noticed there wasn't really a ton of language about one of the aspects of affordability, which is utility costs and our sustainability goals as a city. And obviously, our Sustainability Advisory Committee is our most recent committee that we've created. And I kind of wonder about how to bring that into as part of the focus, as you mentioned, health being and bringing our health department in. I guess, was there consideration of language that kind of tied, sustainability goals and utility costs to the affordability piece of housing?
I mean, for the council members at hand, but would point to, in terms of the composition under item B, does try to be inclusive in terms of seeking members with interest in various areas. Again, those would include real estate and development as well as design and architecture. So anticipating that there'd be a lens kind of applied to some of the discussion, at least through those expertise, perhaps even with the urban regional planning expertise as well. But I would again defer to the other council members, Worthman and Beaton, in terms of recalling a specific discussion or dialogue about that topic. I don't recall that specifically.
Councilmember Beaton.
That specific conversation isn't something that came up, but I think that this ordinance leaves the door open for the commission to consider that, especially as we have a thriving sustainability committee and a brand new clean energy plan too. I think we're well positioned to have that conversation at this commission once it, if and when it's created.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, President Weld. I also have a question and maybe more of a desire in this promote public-private partnerships. And I do understand that commissions, they're going to find their way into the direction and it will come and go. But one of the things that this council has really been interested in is citizen engagement, and with the representative membership and really trying to bring together a diverse group of stakeholders, it seems that adding wording that might give this an also public informing task to not only inform the council, but to really intentionally engage the public, I think would be a really helpful piece. Would you respond to that?
Councilmember Bede.
I think that that's a great idea, and I know that we have other committees and commissions that do serve that role. I'm thinking of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and so we'd have to take a look about whether that's specifically called out in the ordinance that created that commission, perhaps. But I think that we're definitely open to amendments as well, like that. That would be strengthening this ordinance too. So.
Councilmember Worthman?
I think that's a really good point, and I think that also opens a good door, which is what are the levels of communication, and how does a commission like this actually interact with, for example, private developers? And it may be that it's as simple as someone who's bringing forward a market rate development didn't even realize that there was an opportunity. And so working with Mr. Allen and maybe, commission members, there's a way to actually facilitate more of a dialogue, public and private. So I think that's a really good point.
Any other questions or discussion? I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you, council members. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Good evening. Council President Welb and members of the City Council, my name is Susan Wolfgram. I live at 550 Graham Avenue. Full disclosure, I sit on the Plan Commission and I'm co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. This is an historic day for our city, a testament to what can happen over an almost 2-year period when the community and city government partner to create systemic and structural change in the best interest of all its residents. The resulting Housing Opportunities Commission and the process getting here can serve as a template for other municipalities wanting to confront their own affordable housing crises. I personally am very proud that the words on the wall of this chamber are not only words but are demonstrated in action. The City Council and city staff work together with the community to assure the common good. No one entity can do it alone when it comes to the common good. The change can start as a rumbling at the grassroots in the community, and then that rumbling needs to be championed by City Council and staff members to shepherd it through the system and change our traditional way of doing things. Our Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force has advocated for this commission since, as a participant in the Chippewa Valley Affordable Housing Task Force, we brought forward the recommendation in early 2018 during the initial brainstorming group. Since then, we saw our community show up to overflow the chambers on September 24th, 2018, sharing experiences of housing insecurity. Julian Emerson's Tale of Two Eau Claires, as well as the Alice Report highlighting that 42% of our neighbors in Eau Claire experience income insecurity, which of course includes housing insecurity. And then the Wisconsin Poverty Report that revealed that Eau Claire was second only to Milwaukee County in percent of residents experiencing poverty, 14.4%, or 1 out of 7. These and other events opened our community's eyes to our housing crisis. One of our grassroots foundational tenets is that those closest to the problem are closest to the solution. This Housing Opportunities Commission is a stakeholder group that will include community members experienced in multiple areas of housing, as we've heard, including but not limited to developers, neighborhood association reps, bankers, landlords, advocates, realtors, students, renters, and others. In closing, I urge you to vote in favor of the Housing Opportunities Commission in the best interest of all our residents in the city of Eau Claire. We are most definitely better together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfgram. Does council have any questions? Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good afternoon, good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Prosnick, 13626 42nd. I am speaking in support of the Housing Opportunities Commission, and I'm asking the City Council to vote yes. I have worked in affordable housing for over 10 years on both the property management side and with affordable housing developers. Through my firsthand experience, I can tell you that affordable housing is complicated, and there is no overnight solutions. That is probably not what the 42% of our area residents want to hear, who are struggling now, but it is reality. And Housing Opportunity Commission will help streamline some of the processes to ensure our city is doing everything possible to meet the needs of our city's residents. A commission with stakeholders who have the knowledge and passion to assist in tackling affordable housing issues will be a step in the right direction for moving Eau Claire forward in this area and in public need. I'm also speaking on behalf of my boss, Jason Grippentrog from Grip Development. He couldn't be here tonight because he's in the Caribbean, but he is working to bring affordable housing to Eau Claire. He's working with developer Paul Gerard. They have a tax credit application in, and he is a huge supporter of this commission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Good evening, President Weld and council members. I am here to speak also for the Housing Opportunities Commission and hope that you will vote for it. I'm here as a long-term member of Jonah, and as that, I have served in the development of the mental health court years ago, and have served on since then on all the treatment courts collaborative, the Eau Claire County Treatment Courts Collaborative, and as over the years of service that I've been involved in, one of the main issues in helping the treatment courts is finding housing for the participants. And it is, we've had an actual housing group, subcommittee working, and we've had some successes. We had some transition housing, but that's something that seems to have faded away to a great extent. And I have a personal experience also in that I had a son who also was involved after some problems with incarceration himself. He was admitted to a transition housing house that was run by the Knights. Some of you might be familiar where they had some transition housing, the night houses they were called. And those have since had to close. They were open for a while, but the owners have grown older and they didn't find people to buy them. And so transition housing is one thing that helped my son a great deal. And then he was admitted, after we got the mental health court started, he was admitted to the mental health court. It was only after a lot of work from Mary Van Roy, who was the coordinator at the time, and others involved with him, did eventually find him an apartment in Altoona. But it took a long time because the answer was no, 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 even with all these professionals helping him out. And I just know that it's very difficult for these people. And that's only one part I know of the whole housing situation, because there's so many different reasons, people being evicted, poverty, and so forth. But my personal experience of trying to find housing for my son was one that was very, very difficult. And unfortunately, I lost him, but there were lessons to be learned. And I think that there is really a need for a cooperative study and for work in solving this problem that has so many facets to it. And that's why it is, to me, very heartwarming to see that, and I so appreciate you, Mr. Worthman and Ms. Beaton, and all the others who have put hard work into this thing that is so special to me. And anyway, the various stakeholders that you've talked about, to me, that would just be a wonder to see all those people working together to solve a problem that affects so many in our community. And I thank you for your time, and please vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming up. Is there any questions from council?
Actually, I do.
Councilmember Berge, ma'am? Well, we just have one question for you.
Questions?
Sorry, thank you.
Sure.
You talked about, I just wanted to clarify what you said, is there a committee with the treatment courts that worked on housing? Is that what you were talking about?
It was a subcommittee, when we had a large, it was a 3-year grant. And so we did divide into committees and so forth. I was working, since I was a Jonah representative, and still am, on the advocacy things, which was on sustaining the treatment courts. And that involves, what we do is advocate for getting funding for TAD funding, especially treatment alternatives and diversions to incarceration. And that's our forte, that part. So that's where I spent most of it. But there was another subcommittee that was working on housing. Now that funding has disappeared, that grant.
So it's no longer.
And so we don't have anybody specifically working on that now. And that's why we need this.
Right, yeah.
Okay, another reason.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Good evening. President Weld, members of the council, we thank you for allowing us to be here. And we want to thank council members.
No, you gotta tell us who we are.
Lou and Jan Fraze. Sorry about that. We want to thank the council members for the proposal to form a housing commission to carry out the Chippewa Valley Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations. Affordable housing that offers safety and security is so essential to being physically and mentally healthy. It is much more costly to treat the problems that result from insecure housing.
This is a crisis, not just in our city, but in almost every city right now. From the recent Time magazine on the 27th of January 2020, this is a quote: "If the federal minimum wage had kept pace with inflation and productivity since 1968, it would now be more than $22 an hour, not $7.25. Wage growth simply has not kept up with the cost of housing, let alone medical care, child care, and other essentials."
The problems with mental and physical illness, as well as the lack of opportunities that result from poverty and low-paying jobs, require proactive systemic programs. Establishing a Housing Opportunities Commission is a positive systemic approach to Eau Claire's problem of housing affordability. And we thank you for what you're doing on behalf of that commission.
Any questions for Mr. and Mrs. Fraze? Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Hi. So Jennifer Chappett, E3860 Redwood Drive, Eau Claire, town of Pleasant Valley. So, President and council members, based on my own firsthand experiences, discussions, and problem solving with developers, people experiencing housing insecurities, property managers, property owners, the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force, and housing our community members experiencing homelessness, I cannot stress enough the importance of Eau Claire adopting this Housing Opportunities Commission. Whether we are talking about people in our community experiencing homelessness, families or individuals facing housing insecurity, people who require accessible rentals, or people of different abilities, not to mention the 350 students in our Eau Claire Area School District identified as homeless last year, with at least 200 already identified halfway through the school year this year. We cannot continue to ignore our responsibility to address the significant disconnect that we have between Eau Claire's fact-based housing needs and our current housing reality. This Housing Commission brings to the table the critical pieces that are needed to create sustainable answers and necessary changes that will benefit all of our community members by bringing together the critical pieces of the proposed 11-member commission to include the Eau Claire residents with backgrounds such as real estate, development, social services, property management, and lived experience. Thank you for considering all of our community members, neighbors, and students.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kim Kronk, and I live at 1019 Hipsch Boulevard here in Eau Claire. And I am here to support the ordinance creating the Housing Opportunities Commission with every cell of my being. Every resident in Eau Claire knows someone who is housing insecure. And in fact, in the work that I do daily as a nurse case manager, working with folks all over the state, including our community, that are either working on or with fixed incomes, who have disabilities, housing comes up on a daily basis in the work that I do. Outside of that, I am also on the Eau Claire County Board as a supervisor, and I sit on the Board of Human Services, from which a meeting I just came from, and housing comes up all of the time. It's coming up more, and I'm grateful for the conversations and the work that's being done in the community, because I think it's highlighting the need and where do we go from here and what do we do about it. I also sit on the Aging and Disability Resource Center Board, and again, housing comes up all of the time. I was on the 6-month jail study population team, and I did come here and speak in September regarding that. Building out more of our jail space is definitely not the solve to affordable housing. And one of the other community members spoke about, what it looks like when people do have safe and affordable housing, how that impacts mental health and wellness and stability. The ability to be able to go to school and focus on your homework, the ability to not have prolonged hospital stays because you don't have a place to go, prolonged jail stays because you don't have a place to go. So we're funding this on the front end, and we're funding it in all of the wrong ways. I do completely support this commission, and I'm grateful for the work that's been done to even bring it forward. So thank you, Councilmember Worthman and Beaton, the Chippewa Valley Affordable Housing Task Force, the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. If you haven't been to an Affordable Housing Task Force meeting, I would highly recommend you just sit through one, because of the work that's being done. Nobody is playing around on any of these task force. They are making strides, they're connecting with community, and I would highly, highly urge us to do the same. One of the other aspects that we don't talk about as much when we look at housing opportunities, we do talk about not just affordability, but accessibility. I work with clients and folks in our neighborhoods who maybe have the cash to get a place, but because of the barriers that have been part of looking for rentals or not being able to be rented to, whether it's credit or conviction history or eviction history, we need to look at how do we alleviate some of those barriers, because it seems like we're screening more people out than we're screening in. So I know, people have talked at length about these things. I know you're aware of these things. One of the other aspects is some of the history of racial and ethnic disparities and the Jim Crow era type policies that we have had in our community. I think we have to acknowledge those. I think that's a first step. And if we're going to be able to start to rectify those, whether it's being able to get loans from banks, increasing home ownership, increasing the diversity in our business owners, then we need to include folks who are most impacted at this commission, at the tables that are the decision-making tables. And working in government myself, I know that tends to be an issue, where we don't have people who are most impacted by the issues we're trying to solve. They're not at the table. So I really appreciated your comment about how do we engage the public, because to me, voting this in should be unanimous. But then the real work is, how is that appointment? How does that work? Who's going to be sitting at this commission table and ensuring that we have diversity and all types of experience? I really, again, thank you for the work. I hope this is passed unanimously and that we're very intentional. When we look back at our history, racism and discrimination is extremely intentional, and it's not something that we just have had in the past. It's something that we're working to reconcile and deal with now. So as intentional as that is, when we're trying to rectify or reconcile it, I think we have to be 100,000% more intentional about inclusion at our tables. So thank you very much, and I hope you all vote yes.
Thank you for coming up. Are there any questions from council? Thanks again.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Sandra McKinney, 2235 9th Street, Eau Claire. President Well, council members, thank you. Thank you for considering this. I want to repeat what she just said. Good job, Kim. I also sit on the county board and on those two committees she mentioned. I advocate and support this commission. I'm really proud of this city as you continue to do things that really address the needs of the entire population. I would encourage on that commission people who are impacted, and not only in home ownership, but affordable rents, and that a voice be on that commission who represents those living on fixed income. I personally, and I also know a friend personally, who recently had to sell our homes because we no longer could afford them. I was lucky enough to have someone purchase my home who wanted to be a landlord. I said, I'll teach you how to be a good landlord. So I get to be a tenant. But I just want to recognize all the people, the volunteers, the staff, who've worked so hard in the last couple of years in getting this issue to this point. And thank you, especially to Congresswoman. Congress? Ooh, I just elevated you. Councilmember Beaton and Councilman Worthman. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Does anyone have any questions? Thanks for coming up.
You bet.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. I'm Judy Mosley. I live here in Eau Claire at 2230 Trimble Street. I am a local residential real estate agent here in the city, and I also serve as the co-chair of the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force. Now, as a real estate agent, I thought I knew, just about all there was to know about residential housing. And then I got involved with the Jonah Affordable Housing Task Force, and I started attending the regional task force meetings, and I started to get an idea of how much I didn't know. I cannot repeat enough all the things that everybody else said tonight in support of this, and it doesn't need to be repeated again. But I did want to highlight two things underneath duties and responsibilities that I think are very, very important. One of them is the review of affordable housing policies and recommendations on those policies. One of the things that really surprised me in the last year and a half is how many times I and my co-chair have gotten calls from developers who want to do big, important projects in the city of Eau Claire, and they're running into barriers in the planning and in the implementation, and sometimes just knowledge barriers. And one of the things that they want to sit and talk to us about is how can we change the way we do things to create more types of accessible housing and affordable housing in our city? It is going to require a shift in some policies and in some procedures and in the way we do things and see things. It might be as simple as parking regulations in neighborhoods, or it might be allowing accessible dwelling units. Those are just examples of the kind of policy changes that we might want to take a look at. But the other thing I wanted to point out was under letter G, it says promote a greater community understanding and acceptance of affordable housing through public education and public events. And I think that is so, so important. Because one of the other things those developers tell us is that one of the biggest barriers they face is from the neighborhoods that they want to do developments in. And they think that there's just not enough public education out there, that people don't know what the issue is, that they don't understand how big it is and how complex it is, and they don't understand the barriers to developing more affordable housing. So, I think that is so important that this commission will be charged with that responsibility. And with that, I just once again wanted to say thank you to all of you, especially to Councilmember Worthman and Beaton, and to Mr. Allen and to Mr. Clemens in Altoona, and all the immense amount of work they put into in the regional task force and those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Does anybody have any questions? Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing no one, we'll move on to agenda item number 9, which is a public discussion regarding the proposed UWEC Event Center. Mr. Peters.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Councilmember Weld and members of the City Council. Tonight, we are going to be talking about really an opportunity that's been a conversation in the community for decades. It became more of a conversation in about 1997. Hang on a second here. Is it? Turn it on. Sorry about that. Back in 2007, the Clear Vision process here in Eau Claire had an exercise where they identified different needs that were in the community, and there were 3 things that were identified very prominently that our community needed. And one was a performing arts center, the other was a major event center, and the third was a convention center. Well, the performing arts center became Pablo and is here, and tonight we're talking about the opportunity of a partnership to have a major event center in Eau Claire. And there are ongoing conversations about a convention center at some point. Now, the way we do things many times in Eau Claire, and I think it's something Eau Claire can be very proud of, is through partnerships. We have a long and strong history of doing things with partnerships. It's certainly a way of doing things together that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do alone. From petanque to pickleball to Pablo, they are all partnerships in one form or another. And tonight, we're here to talk about a partnership that would be between the City of Eau Claire, UW Eau Claire, Visit Eau Claire, and a not-for-profit owner of a event center called the Eau Claire Community Complex, Inc. So the roots of the current conversation started in 2014, really, when the Sonnentags generously donated land on Menominee Street. And the primary purpose of that donation was to replace the Zorn Arena, which was built on campus in 1951. And of course, as you know, partnerships have a lot of complexities. There's needs analysis, and for time, there's been various designs and different concepts that have been talked about on what to put on that site. And I think Mr. Rindo from the university will be talking a little bit about that later. But in 2018, the City of Eau Claire and Visit Eau Claire basically did a study together. We contracted to have a feasibility study to see if it was feasible to put a event center and a convention center on the site. And in 2019, Visit Eau Claire, after reviewing the results of that, concluded that really a convention center wouldn't fit, wouldn't be the ideal fit on that site, but that the event center would. And at that point also, the university settled on a design of what they needed for their needs of about 4,100. So the university, for their needs, saw that they could use a event center of about 4,100 capacity. So there was exploration then about how you might have a slightly bigger event center that could attract national or regional events. And the study that we did in 2018 showed that if you were to expand the event center to about 6,500, it would cost about $25 million plus a parking ramp. And that was further confirmed later this summer with the engineers that were working with the university. And then we asked and tried to explore what would happen if we had an event center of about 5,100. And that would cost between about $6 and $7 million. And you might ask, well, what's the difference? Well, the difference is that in order to go from 4,100 to 6,500, you have to actually change the footprint. And by changing the footprint, you substantially increase the cost. But by taking 4,100 and going to 5,100, you can go up on the existing footprint and essentially add more tier seating as you go up. So the increase to 5,100, as I said, would cost about $6 to $7 million. It would be large enough to attract national acts. We have talked with various event promoters. We've talked to the people at the Pablo. The university has a firm that they've retained that is also looking at the feasibility and the numbers related to national acts. And it's pretty confidently estimated that there could be between 10 and 12 additional concerts in that 5,000 people range that aren't here in Eau Claire today. And this would attract about 50,000 more people to Eau Claire for those events throughout the course of a year. It would add about $625,000 of new hotel revenue. It would also bring in about $25 million of new taxable property. And it becomes an event center that would be available to the community as a shelter. We currently don't have a facility in this community. If we have a big natural disaster or man-made disaster, to be able to house people that are displaced, and it's very relevant to the conversation we've just been having about housing, but sometimes housing is lost through natural disaster, and this event center and the conversations we're having would be also available to the community in the event that that type of housing was needed. In addition to expanding the event center to 5,100 attendees, there would also be 5 regulation basketball courts, and these would be made available to the community for sports tournaments like basketball tournaments, wrestling, cheerleading competitions, volleyball, and others. And for any of you that have children that do tournaments, you know that there's a lot of travel that's involved. There's a lot of money that's spent to do the housing, or not the housing, but to stay somewhere and to eat. And instead of traveling, we'd be able to have about 15 tournaments a year in the city of Eau Claire using these 5 courts. It's estimated that this would bring about another 14,000 visitors to the community, and it would increase the room tax revenue by about $1.2 million. So how do you pay for that? The proposal is to have the event center be expanded from 4,100 to 5,100, and that would be paid for. 50% of the debt to pay that $6 or $7 million would be paid for with room tax revenues, the increased room tax revenues from the activities that are happening there, and then also 50% from a tax incrementing financing district that would be put in place, and that would be supported by the $25 million of new development in the area. Some other points to consider is that the city is considering contributing up to 50% or not to exceed $1.5 million to help make the center energy efficient, independent, resilient, and to reduce greenhouse gases. And then there would also be certain public infrastructure, perhaps an underpass and street lighting and some road work that would need to be done in association with a center that's large. Few other points just to keep in mind. The proposal would have no increase in the current room tax. There is no long-term liability support from Visit Eau Claire or from the city for the operation of the facility, and there is no general tax levy support that would be going into the facility. So why do this? Well, it's a long time identified need in the community to have a larger facility to host events. And it is certainly a very unique, limited opportunity to merge resources, which is another way of saying that a facility like this will probably not be built for quite some time. The last center was built in 1951. The university will build a new event center. The question is whether the community wants to contribute and make it a slightly larger event center. This builds on the strengths and partnerships and collaboration that we have in the community, and I think that is very unique in our region to have this type of collaboration and to be able to put these kinds of things together. And of course, it's an expansion that's supported by the increased growth in the room tax and the new development that would come on the site. So what's before you tomorrow is a letter of intent, which provides the framework for moving forward. This is a very high-level conceptual framework. As it states in the letter of intent, no party is bound by this letter of intent. It simply puts the walls in place from which we would operate and move forward to bring back a development agreement to all of the various governing bodies that would be involved. Because again, the university, Visit Eau Claire, and the city of Eau Claire all have governing bodies that would need to approve a final development agreement. It is on a fast pace. The university is hoping to break ground on the project in July. And again, the letter of intent is a very high-level conceptual framework that the parties, if it's approved, would continue to work on. The letter of intent has been approved by the other parties, so the Visit Eau Claire, the university, and the Eau Claire Community Complex have all approved the letter of intent. And I'm available to answer any questions that you have. And then after this presentation, Kathy Wright from the board of Visit Eau Claire would like to make some comments and a presentation and make herself available for questions, and as would Mike Rindo from the university. So with that, I would take any questions you might have.
Thank you, City Manager Peters. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, City Council President. Mr. Peters, is Mayo also, what is their role in terms of approving this or being a part of this letter of intent?
Good question. So Mayo is, as I understand it, very much a solid part of the Event Center project. And so they are partnering with the university. So the university has other partners in the project. And Mayo is going to be putting together a facility there that will focus on fitness and wellness and some imaging and things like that. And so that is part of the project that the university is coming forward with, and Mr. Rindo, I'm sure, can talk more to that. But they're not a party to this particular memorandum of understanding or letter of intent in terms of making the event center larger. So with or without the city participation and Visit Eau Claire's participation to make the event center larger, it's my understanding that the university would go forward with a 4,100 seat or capacity facility, and it would include the Mayo addition, and that will be there with or without the city and Visit Eau Claire's contributions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good question.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Thank you, President Weld, and thank you, City Manager Peters. I guess I'm intrigued about some of the flexibility that we're building into this, the conceptual idea, at least, of this project, and the shelter component, and then also having, quite a few basketball courts proposed as part of it. How do you see those courts having other uses? And maybe some other people can answer that,
Sure.
but maybe how they fit into the shelter component and just making sure that they are utilized too.
Sure. Good question, and as I said, there's still a lot of work that has to be done to pull the details together for this to work, if everybody wants to go forward with the letter of intent. But the main event center would have 3 basketball, and these are full-size basketball courts. They're not short ones, but I mean full basketball courts can be made in the primary event center. In addition, off to the side of the event center would hold 2 of the other basketball courts. So they're together, but 3 of them are in the main part and 2 are in the other. And all of it becomes open space that is available, again, if you need to shelter people. You'd bring in cots and other things for people to, if you think of a large-scale, disaster where people need a roof over their head, they need to be out of the elements. Because this would be have a large footprint, you'd be able to put a fair number of people in there. It will be all will be air conditioned, all of it will be heated, and the idea is that the building, at least at this point conceptually, would be able to be energy independent. So if we had a natural disaster that lost power elsewhere in the community, you'd still be able to get people out of the elements and protected.
Councilmember Berge.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a question about your numbers, Mr. City Manager, about the, you did a good job speaking. I didn't write down. I was so engrossed in what you were saying, I didn't get a chance to write it down. But you mentioned with the 5 basketball courts would bring in an additional 14,000 people and then an additional 1.2 million,
In
I
hotel
believe.
revenue.
Yeah, and so is that in addition to the other numbers you said
Yes.
earlier about the 50,000 visitors, and then I lost the other?
Yep, so that it was in addition to,
Okay.
so each one of them, if you look at it as their own impact, the expanded event center would bring in about $625,000 of hotel revenue, in addition to about 50,000 people that would go in and out of the facility to see the events and 10 or 12 concerts. And the basketball courts would facilitate about 15 tournaments and 14,000 visitors and $1.2 million of additional revenue for the hotels.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. I guess I had a question kind of digging a little deeper into the part of the letter of intent focused on 50% of the cost of, and not to exceed 1.5 million for the cost of energy resiliency, renewable energy types of aspects of the building. Where do you foresee within this partnership the other 50% coming from?
That would come from the funding that is going into the center through donations or student fees that are going to build the rest of the center, and so yeah, that's where that would come from. And what that would actually look like is still under consideration, whether that's geothermal, whether that's solar, how it's generators, whether it's other types of things. Still exploring the cost benefit of the different technologies that would be available to help make it energy independent, resilient, and reduce greenhouse gases.
Just have a follow-up to that.
Certainly.
I guess as a follow-up to that question, the issue of kind of an ongoing operating assistance from the city. You mentioned it's mentioned in the MOU, but also in the presentation that there's no ongoing assistance in that way, but essentially making something more energy efficient is, providing the resources to do that on the front end is an operating assistance. Can you speak to that
Sure.
a bit in terms of the
Yep.
energy efficiency side of it?
Absolutely. So in terms of when we're talking about long-term financial assistance, that's a long-term cash outlay, subsidizing or supporting the center. Certainly to the extent that there's a capital investment in the building which lowers the operating expenses, that does help the building be more cost effective and help it run more cost efficiently. But it would be in terms of a one-time capital funding for the building rather than ongoing annual cash support to the facility.
Any other questions from council?
Okay, then if
Francini.
it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Kathy Wright from Visit Eau Claire to talk about Visit Eau Claire's perspective on this.
Certainly.
So,
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. I'm getting old. I'm Kathy Wright, and I'm the Board Chair of Visit Eau Claire, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our Board of Directors in support of the partnership and letter of intent for the Sonntag Complex. For many years, Eau Claire has been unable to bid on many groups due to our lack of a larger arena, as well as court space. In addition, a lack of air conditioning significantly affects our ability to attract indoor sporting tournaments in the Eau Claire area. The youth sports market is continuing to grow exponentially. Just ask anyone with a middle schooler. It has proven to be recession-proof and gaining momentum every year. Many of our neighboring communities not only have facilities that are larger than we have, but they are continuing to expand those facilities based on their successes. For example, Appleton just opened the Fox City Community First Champion Center with multiple basketball courts and sheets of ice. They've already shown great success in securing tournaments and their future. The proposed addition would become the hub of what we're calling Eau Claire's Sports Corridor, which includes Carson Park, the Menard Tennis Center, Hobbs Ice Center, and the Mount Washington Ski Hill. With the proposed addition to the Sonntag facility, Visit Eau Claire is anticipating attracting a minimum of 15 additional sporting tournaments and 10 concerts annually. Numbers indicate the sporting tournaments would create approximately $1.2 million in incremental hotel revenue per year, and the additional concerts would produce an additional $625,000 per year in hotel revenue. These numbers were generated from a report produced for Visit Eau Claire by Huddle Up Group, which is a sports consulting entity we contracted to assist in projections for this facility. Visit Eau Claire has consulted with many of our hotel partners through group and individual listening sessions and have detailed out a list of asks from UW Eau Claire that are required for Visit Eau Claire to make the financial commitment needed to see this expansion through. Most importantly, Visit Eau Claire is working with UW Eau Claire to establish the availability of the facility and are requiring an agreement to ensure the ability for guaranteed rates and dates for use of this particular facility. This ensures that the incremental room tax revenue we would anticipate using to assist in funding the expansion would be created. As Visit Eau Claire, we feel this opportunity to partner with the Sonntag Complex is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It would create a major economic impact to tourism in the Chippewa Valley, and we are excited to be a part of it. We ask for your support in signing the letter of intent tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Does anyone have any questions? Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Rindo.
Good evening. Mike Rindo. I serve as Assistant Chancellor for Facilities and University Relations at UW Eau Claire. Chancellor Jim Schmidt is unable to be here tonight because he's traveling on university business. He sends his greetings and asked me to pass along his thanks to the City Council for considering this partnership between the city, the university, and Visit Eau Claire. Chancellor Schmidt believes the Sonntag Complex has the potential to be yet another transformational project for UW Eau Claire, the city, and the Chippewa Valley region. The Sonntag Complex is comprised of 4 distinct yet complementary components: a major events center, a fitness and recreation center, classroom and lab space for UW Eau Claire's kinesiology program, and a Mayo Clinic sports medicine and imaging clinic. For purposes of tonight's discussion, my remarks will primarily focus on the major event center. Please allow me to begin with a bit of history from the university's perspective. This is a replica of the November 29th, 1971 edition of Sports Illustrated magazine. As you can see, it's the college basketball edition and features an article about the then national powerhouse UW Eau Claire basketball team. Included in the story is a photo of star player Mike Ratliff standing on the newly constructed University footbridge across the Chippewa River. The article details how Blue Gold basketball games were a huge draw for the campus and the community at the time, and it notes this interesting passage. Not too far in the future, the Blue Golds hope to be playing in a new 10,000-seat arena, but for now they will have to make do with their tiny 3,500-seat field house. Today, nearly 50 years since that article was written, the Blue Golds are still playing in their tiny 3,500-seat field house. Zorn Arena was built in 1951. At the time, UW-Eau Claire's student population was 763. We topped 10,000 students in 1977 and have remained north of that number ever since. By the way, the city of Eau Claire's population, according to the 1950 census, was 36,058. So the campus and the community have seen considerable growth since then, and yet Zorn Arena remains the largest event venue in this part of the state. The 2010-2030 Campus Master Plan, which was created through considerable campus and community input and informed by the Clear Vision process that Mr. Peters referenced earlier, includes a replacement for Zorn Arena, but states there is not sufficient land on the campus to be able to construct a replacement. There simply is no room on campus. In addition, as was the case with a possible shared university community arts facility, the now vibrant Pablo Center at the Confluence, the master plan states the university should explore opportunities to collaborate with the community to construct a multi-purpose event facility to replace Zorn Arena. In terms of location, the master plan says that the facility could be located, this is a quote, with or near another off-campus athletic facility, such as Hobbs Ice Center or Carson Park. Interestingly, the Clear Vision conversations about the possible site of a major event center also identified that location as having great potential. Enter John and Carolyn Sonnentag, two highly successful Blue Golds who wanted to give back to their alma mater in a meaningful and lasting way. In August 2014, the Sonnentags announced they were making a $10 million gift of land and cash to UW-Eau Claire's foundation for the explicit purpose of building a Zorn Arena replacement. The land directly adjacent to Hobbs Ice Center and across from Carson Park, and with the added bonus of being along the Chippewa River and with direct access to Claremont Avenue, was the perfect solution. Not only did their gift provide enough land in close proximity to the campus to construct a Zorn replacement, but also had enough available land to make possible a larger facility that could also serve the needs of the community. Since the announcement of the Sonnentags' gift now 5.5 years ago, Chancellor Schmidt has consistently stated that the university would welcome the chance to partner with the community to build a major event center large enough that would not only meet the campus but community needs for the foreseeable future. A feasibility study has recommended a capacity of about 4,100 for a university-only event center, and we've heard already about the feasibility study conducted by the city and Visit Eau Claire that recommends a capacity of at least 5,000. The design team that was selected by Eau Claire Community Complex, the developer and owner of the Sonnentag complex, has worked with the university, city, and Visit Eau Claire to make changes to the original plans for the event center in order to increase the capacity in a cost-effective manner. In addition, plans for the recreation component of the complex have been modified in order to accommodate the correct number of basketball and other sports courts to attract youth sports tournaments and other major events to Eau Claire, as noted by Visit Eau Claire. While plans for the overall complex are still being refined due to the recent decision by the YMCA to not participate in the project, we are far enough along in the programming discussions to have a high degree of confidence in the event center portion of the project to proceed with more detailed planning. Finally, time is of the essence. John and Carolyn Sonnentag have indicated they want the project to proceed in summer 2020. And we, the university and our foundation, are doing all we can to make that vision come to fruition. We have much to do, including working with our student senate to conduct a referendum this spring for use of student fees to lease the complex from Eau Claire Community Complex on behalf of the university. We must also work with the UW System Administration and the Board of Regents to meet the criteria they have established for the project in order to lease it, and also to secure the necessary approvals from those bodies. In conclusion, we believe, as was the case with the Pablo Center, that this project presents our community and our campus with a once, not in a generation opportunity, but in a lifetime opportunity. The proposed partnership would enable us to construct a decades-long desired major event center that would serve the needs of both the campus and the community by working together in partnership to create something bigger and better than any of us could do alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rindo. Does council have any questions? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Rindo, for all the background and vision and the history of this. Obviously, we served on the Clear Vision, some of the work in 2007 together, and I was focused on transportation, and you were on community facilities, so it's great to see where we're at today. And I guess my question would be kind of linking those pieces together, where I've obviously had a lot of focus on transportation, so if you could maybe describe a bit what you see as far as this partnership linking to community access to a larger facility through transportation. Obviously, right now there's the Eau Claire Transit Route 9 that gets close to there, and maybe that could be modified or something. But and there's a bike trail that connects from campus to that area. And then obviously there's discussion about parking and access for people coming from a long distance away. So I'm not sure if you could describe what you foresee as far as breaking down some of those transportation barriers that may exist for people from the broader community, as well as from students coming on campus to visit the facility.
Certainly, well, there's a walkability component because of the location very close to historic Randall Park. As we did with the Pablo Center, the university would be working with the City Transit Authority to create regular transit routes that would serve the Sonotag complex, primarily from lower campus, but also some upper campus routes, because there is close proximity from the residence halls as well on upper campus.
So just to clarify, so you foresee I guess, how do you foresee the parking component actually as well? How much parking are you expecting is going to be needed for this building?
Well, those are discussions that we would have with the city, and we've had some preliminary conversations about the possibility of using some existing parking, either at Carson Park or university lots on Water Street or the HSS lot, so that when we have high demand for major events, we could utilize those lots rather than, as they say, don't build don't build a church for Easter and Christmas. But when you need to have the available parking, you've got it available, even though it may not be there day in and day out. So that's the way we're approaching it with the city, and would have those conversations to come to an agreement on how we best proceed with parking.
Any other questions for Mr. Rindo? I don't see any. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anna Zabel, and I am the Student Body Vice President at UW Eau Claire. I am here tonight on behalf of the student body to speak in favor of the proposed event center expansion with the city, Visit Eau Claire Community Complex, and the university. Students have been an integral part of the Sonotag complex planning since the beginning. For the past few years, both the president and vice president of the student body have been included in the initial planning meetings, and different members of the student senate have been appointed to serve on those related committees. As students and the general public enter our campus, it is clear that our current arena, Zorn, is ill-suited to accommodate as many people and events that we host each year currently. It is also known that the majority of our students live off campus, putting them in a better position to utilize facilities that are off the main university campus. Not only will this alleviate the insufficient arena we have now, but it will also strengthen our community and university relations. The proposed partnership with the city would lessen the financial burdens that students would face if we were to take the traditional route, which would include both the facility building and operation costs that would fall to students. By taking a partnership course such as this one, it not only would assist students financially, but the community as a whole. Working with Visit Eau Claire, the city, Eau Claire Community Complex, and the university would all allow us to avoid a lengthy process and bring community members and students into the facility faster for more use of the space and overall accommodation for both what the city and the university need. Though it is a large commitment, it has been demonstrated that all parties involved will benefit immensely from collaborating on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Thanks.
Let's see. Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Can I ask?
Old knees, just takes a while to get the body going a little bit here.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dave Miner, the CEO and president for the Chamber here in Eau Claire, and Terry McHugh, our current board chair. I'd like to just cut this quickly into two pieces. What I'm handing you to now is the official Chamber board support for this project that we voted on at our last meeting a week ago. I'll let that speak for itself. For my comments, I'm going to make this very simple and a very visual for you. Two things. One, since I've been here now almost 2.5 years, one of the things that has truly amazed me about this community is the collaboration that happens between everybody. And I always tell people that does not happen everywhere else. And again, like all of you, when you go to conferences, when I talk to my counterparts, that is something that the rest of the state truly does envy about Eau Claire. When they look from the outside and see these huge projects and talk about all these groups working together, that is something they're very envy about. So first of all, I congratulate all of you for the history of coming together and working and figuring out what is best for the community. The other thing I'll have you look at, and you've heard all the numbers, and the group's going to come and everything else, but one of the things that we are excited and why we supported this isn't necessarily for the building that's going to go there and everything that's coming into that. It's what's going to happen around it and the rest that is going to come and follow this. Again, I was not here for it, but if you look several years back before RCU built, what happened after that? You now look at a downtown, all of the projects that have happened, all of the projects that are on the books to happen this next year, that changed what took place down here. And again, I can name 4 or 5 other areas around us in this area in Minnesota that when a project started, what's going to happen? I think when you really have a vision and you look 5, 10 years from now, what's going to happen to Menominee Street all the way up to Water Street and around, you're going to see more and more development that we couldn't think of today. So that's one of the reasons why the Chamber is in support of this. What's going to happen with the building and events, that is great. But what's going to happen beyond that to continue this renaissance in our area for our community? And again, our major issue today and will be for probably the next 10 years is helping solve workforce. This does that. It gives the livability, more things for people to want to do in this community, because when they come here as a tourist, they see the wonderful things that does help that. So again, we would hopefully see you all support for this. If there is any questions, I'd be glad to ask it, or answer, and I'll turn it over to my board chair. Yeah, Dave pretty much said it all. We just appreciate your guys' support. We think from a chamber standpoint, the economic impact that this is going to have for the whole, not only in the beginning, but for the whole neighborhood, as Dave said, as it grows, to us, it's kind of a no-brainer. So I would just appreciate all your guys' support in getting this thing done. So thank you.
And I should also mention that how we got here was Visit Eau Claire, UW, and the city came to that board meeting, and we spent about an hour and 20 minutes on this issue. So it wasn't a quick, can you do this? We did our due diligence to get here. I think there was.
Thank you, Mr. Miner. Mr. McHugh, Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you both for being here this evening and presenting. I just wanted to ask, has there been communication or education among the members of the chamber so far about what this project is and what it could be, or is that still yet to come?
We haven't done it in a very broad. We've done it between our board, my executive committee. I have probably had, since this started filtering maybe a month or more ago, probably 24 conversations that I've called people had. So a little bit.
as you go through years, we'll continue to have that and call out. Certainly Visit Eau Claire has done their part with the lodging and the restaurant industry. We'll start doing that with more and more as we continue to go.
I think it's just very important
Absolutely.
that dialogue is ongoing.
Well, again, and I would point out what Dale has given us, that 30,000-foot memorandum, as that starts gaining life, as that starts getting more details, we're going to need to continue to look at that. Is that still making sense?
Thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions from council? Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I just came to get Kevin's glasses.
Oh. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Thank you, Council President Weld. Mark Faunus, 3527 Leslie Lane. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce, and I am a Blue Gold. Just very briefly on this project, speaking in support of this project, I think some of you may recall that I'm also involved in a volunteer capacity with another public-private partnership issue as the chairman of the fundraising committee for the Carson Park Baseball Stadium project that we're working on and going very well, quite frankly, and we'll be back to report sometime later this year. But I view this as another one of those 1 + 1 = 3 opportunities that we've had over the last few years. I'm a lifelong resident of Eau Claire. I'm old enough to remember that Sports Illustrated article that Rindo was showing you and watching that team play. And I'm just proud of the progress of what's been going on in this community over the last, recent history. And I think this is another opportunity that the city can make another investment and, again, make 1 and 1 = 3. I know it's moving fast, but hope you take just want to support your further consideration and potentially the city's investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faunus. Any questions from council? Appreciate you coming up. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 10, which is a public discussion on the amendment of the project plan for tax incremental financing district number 8, downtown development area. Good evening, Mr. Winzans.
Thank you, Council President Weld, members of the City Council. Tomorrow evening, you will have on your agenda for action a resolution approving the fourth amendment to the project plan for tax incremental district number 8. Just by way of background, tax incremental district, or TID district number 8, was created in 2002 to address major obstacles to downtown redevelopment, including blight elimination, environmental remediation, crime prevention, stagnant and/or declining property values, underutilization of buildings and property, low levels of employment, buildings located within the floodplain, and structures that do not comply with current fire codes. As of right now, there are 3 major redevelopment sites still located within tax incremental district number 8. One of those is what we refer to as Block 7. That's currently being used as a surface level parking lot across from the parking structure. Another site we refer to as the liner site. That is the site on the Barstow side of the parking structure that has been identified and planned for redevelopment purposes. And also what we refer to as the railroad lot, and that is the parking lot on the Eau Claire River immediately behind Galloway Grill and those other establishments along Galloway Street. Just to get you oriented, this is a map showing tax incremental district number 8. Runs roughly from Lake Street on the south to the High Bridge on the north, but primarily is focused within that Galloway, Wisconsin, Madison Street, Barstow over to Dewey Street area. Most of the development in the North Barstow area, RCU, JAMF, the parking structure, those are all located within tax incremental district number 8. The proposed amendment before you tomorrow evening and for discussion and public input this evening provides the potential for cash grants to developers. When this project plan was created, there have been cash grants, but those were identified to specific projects. The building at the corner of Madison Street and across from Phoenix Park, where a Smiling Moose used to be located, did receive cash grants for that particular development, and also cash grants were used for Haymarket Landing and the Pablo Center. Additionally, this would extend the life of Tax Incremental District Number 8 by 3 years, which is allowed under state statute with the approval of the City Council and the Joint Review Board. This is a blight district. It had a maximum life when it was created of 27 years. This 3-year extension would extend the life by 3 years, and we believe that this is necessary in order to achieve the level of development that will be necessary and tax increments that will be necessary in order to repay all of the project costs. The Plan Commission reviewed this request at their meeting on January 20th. At the Plan Commission meeting, there was a fair amount of discussion about affordable housing and about prioritizing the use of cash grants for affordable housing activities. Just wanted to talk to the City Council a little bit about that and some of the discussion that occurred at the Plan Commission meeting. TID number 8 is a little bit different than many of the other districts within the city of Eau Claire, in that there was a great deal of expense that occurred up front in the very early years of that district on public infrastructure, park development, environmental remediation, without any guarantee of significant redevelopment. So over $10 million was spent in the first 5 years of this district to really make this an area that would be attractive for businesses and housing developers to locate within. In addition, in 2015, we spent nearly $10 million on a parking structure within this district. So there have been a great deal of public expenditures, again, to make this area a desirable place to locate. Because of those upfront expenditures and the time that it has taken for development and redevelopment to occur within this district, we need substantial additional value increment and tax increment in order for this district to break even. And as I mentioned earlier, we have basically 3 redevelopment sites left in this district that we're working on. And as a result, of things that have happened in the local development economy, it's likely that cash grants may be necessary on one or more of those sites in order to attract development of the scale and value that's required in order for the district to break even. One of the things that I think bears pointing out is that developments with rent restrictions in place tend to require larger cash grants and tend to have lower assessed values compared to developments without such rent restrictions in place. This is driven by the fact that if you have rent restrictions in place, it reduces the cash flow to the developer, and that is how income-producing properties like rental developments are valued, is based upon the cash flow to the developer. That's also the way in which, through the valuation, a bank decides how much they're willing to loan on a property. A lower valuation will generate a lower loan from a financial institution, which increases the gap in order to make the project financially feasible. And oftentimes that's where we receive requests from developers to step in and fill that gap in order to make the project financially viable. Other TIDs within Eau Claire have had fewer upfront expenditures. So in the not too recent past, we created Tax Incremental District Number 13, which is in the Cannery redevelopment area. When we created that district, basically we had no upfront expenditures. And at that time, it was very consistent, and we could plan for including affordable housing as a priority within that district. So through, through the timing of expenditures and through the types of expenditures that occur, we can budget or plan for developments that might be of a lower value or require additional public assistance. That's not the case at this point in time with tax incremental district number 8. Ultimately, after discussion, the Plan Commission did vote 8-1 to recommend approval of the amended project plan to the City Council. So that concludes my presentation on this proposed amendment number 4 to tax incremental district number 8. I would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Winzans. Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Winzens. And obviously, we had some discussion at Plan Commission, and then we've been in dialogue over the weekend and today on some of the points. So I appreciate your time and your expertise on this. I guess, one of our options that's available in many years from now when this TID is actually able to close is to have a future city council could decide to extend the life of the TID by a year to have that funding go toward affordable housing. And my understanding would be an amount of over $2 million. But I also understand that the TID has to retire all of its debts and pay for all the project costs. So if it doesn't do that, at the end of the life of the TID, it cannot be extended. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. The statutory language is that once a TID has paid off all of its project costs and is ready to close, at the option of the City Council, the district can be extended by up to a year for affordable housing purposes. And you're correct that based upon our projections, 1 year of increment at that time would be approximately $2.3 million that could then be used for affordable housing purposes.
Just a follow-up to that.
Certainly.
Yeah, I guess a follow-up question would be, I know there's no language currently in the project plan related to that extension being like I guess the intent of doing the extension. Obviously, it's still up to a future city council to make that decision, and it's still up to the TID to be healthy at the end, to be able to focus on affordable housing at that point. So I guess we've discussed about the idea of actually including language as an amendment to the amendment, essentially, that would really declare that as an intent to extend the life of the TID for affordable housing. So could you maybe describe whether you think that's appropriate to have that amended?
Yeah, as you indicated, you and I have discussed that, and staff would have no concerns with including language within the project plan, indicating that that we intend to extend the life of the TID for an additional year for the purposes of affordable housing, subject to those requirements within Wisconsin statutes.
Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Winzens, following off of Councilmember Greger's line of questioning, I'm trying to understand how, I'm just going to use a hypothetical, but for example, the block that is north of Madison Street and Madison and Barstow, or another block that's within the TID, if it were in, say, 5 or 7 years to have a developer look at doing a project similar to what we saw in the Cannery District, where one project offsets the cost of another. I'm just trying to raise that as we don't know if that could happen, and are we positioned to be able to support that kind of development if it were to be brought forward in future years?
It's unlikely that we would be in a position to be able to support that through a tax increment, any sort of a cash grant, simply because the district is running out of time. So the district can only remain open for so long, and, generally speaking, in order for, what we've been seeing is that we need at least 8 years of increment oftentimes with these requests in order for, in order to recover the cash grant through the tax increments that we're providing to the developer. So we're running out of time, and I think that it would be my recommendation that if another development such as you're describing were to come along, that we look at doing an overlay TID at that point in time, so that there is a longer time frame in which to work. So in terms of just TID number 8, it's my opinion that the 3 redevelopment sites that we're talking about, the liner site, Block 7, and the railroad lot, that's it. Beyond that, unless something were to come forward like tomorrow, if something came forward in 5 or 7 years, we'll need to create a new TID, an overlay TID, in order to accomplish that. And at that time, could include language in that TID, in that project plan regarding prioritization of affordable housing.
Could I ask a follow-up? I mean, it's my impression that there are other areas that are probably considered blighted and will need to be redeveloped.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, my hope when we amended the boundaries of this district back shortly after I started about 5 years ago was that some of that would be happening on the east side of Barstow Street. Well, it hasn't happened, and I don't see TID number 8 really being able to facilitate that development. What I see is that when the timing is right for that development to occur, that we look at creating a new district that would overlay TID number 8, just like we did when we created TID number 10, which overlaid TID number 8 south of the Eau Claire River.
Thank you.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Winsens, for your presentation. I'm just kind of thinking about, just to verify, my assumption is that if this is to pass tomorrow, the next step, if a development were to be possible, and then it would go through council making this cash grant. And I'm just wondering, I understand the concern regarding, the trouble with having affordable housing be emphasized in this particular TID. But I'm wondering if there would be another way, as we think through this, to develop some type of policy around priorities around our strategic goals being tied to a cash grant. For instance, if there could be some sort of priority for something like sustainability, or how that type of policy could be developed.
I think that it could be done in one of 2 ways, or it could be done in both of these. The first is including language when we create a TID, including language in that project plan that talks about the prioritization of certain types of expenditures, whether that be for sustainability or affordable housing, or what that might be for. Similar to what we did with tax increment district number 13, we included language in there. The other way that you could get at it more broadly would be in the City Council's TIF policy. So the City Council has a policy on the creation of tax incremental districts and the use of funds and the expenditure of funds within those districts. Something along those lines could be included in that district, prioritizing certain types of expenditures within certain types of TIDs. I don't think we would want to prioritize affordable housing in an industrial TID, but within a mixed use or a blight TID, that could be added to the council's TIF policy.
Have a follow-up?
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me kind of see that overarching picture. And just in terms of this cash, this change to allow some cash grants in this TID, so would you recommend the council consider a policy around cash grants specifically, or is that something that is better to be decided on a case-by-case basis?
That's really a policy question for the City Council. And I think that there would be pros and cons, to both sides. I mean, certainly, requiring the cash grants, that affordable housing be prioritized in the cash grants would certainly further the council's goal of creating more affordable housing. It may also mean that certain developers or developments won't occur within the community because they're not able to make them cash flow. So there could be, I mean, I think that would be, something for further consideration and discussion.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman McGregor.
Thank you, President Weld. Mr. Winsence, I guess I wanted to dive in a little bit more into affordable housing, as it is certainly a very important piece of this. And I guess in this sense, there's my understanding is that underground parking is a driver for the discussion around creating cash grants in order to bring down the costs of development, because ultimately the way we'd like to see this area developed is that there not be surface parking and things like that. And ultimately, if we're talking about residential buildings that are being proposed, there's parking that's attached to that often is attached to someone's rent. Sometimes it's not, but if the city's cash grants are going toward the cost of underground parking, it essentially could contribute to lowering the cost of building the residential units itself and potentially reducing rents. Would you say that's accurate?
I think partially. So let's, as members of the city council know, I mean, all developments within the community have certain parking requirements that are dictated by our codes, and on areas outside of the downtown, usually that's surface level parking. That's the least expensive to build. Within the downtown area, we tend to discourage that type of parking arrangement simply because it's inefficient, and we want to encourage a more urban, dense feel within the downtown rather than having parking lots. So that really leads to one of two paths if we don't want the surface level parking. One is to go underground under the structure that's being built and provide parking at that location. The other path is that the city provides parking through the construction of parking structures. But either of those two paths are very expensive, whether the parking space is within a parking structure, whether it's underneath the building. It's costing somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 per space versus approximately $5,000 per space in a surface level lot. So that's where you start seeing the additional costs associated with downtown development versus a similar development that might be occurring on a greenfield site. I don't know about all of the developments within downtown. I know the one we're currently working with the developer on is the rent of the underground parking stalls is not included in the rent. So their rents are set based upon what the market will bear and what they feel that they need in order to make the project cash flow. But even those rents aren't sufficient to make the project cash flow entirely. And there's discussions about potential cash grants to offset some of that cost. So even with the rent set at market rate level, even charging for underground parking stalls, they're still not able to have a sufficient cash flow to make the project work for them. So I'm not sure if that quite answers your question, but in theory, yes, if you were taking the parking cost out of the equation, it could lead to lower rents, but they've already got the rents set at the maximum they can without including the parking in this case, because the market will only bear so much.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Good evening.
Good evening. Council President Weld and members of the City Council, I'm still Susan Wolfgram. I live at 550 Graham Avenue. I'm here just to express my concern. So I understand that this cash grant inclusion to the project plan Fourth Amendment is intended for downtown redevelopment and specifically intended for those 3 downtown parcels, including Block 7. I can also appreciate the motivation for market rate housing in that immediate area in order for the city to not be in the red for any TID project costs. However, from my perspective, the language of the actual TID 8 district project plan needs to be inclusive of the entire district. There are a number of parcels that have been referred to already in the future that could be developed in this district over time. Any property owner could decide to sell and the city decide to buy. This district is not only home to downtown, but includes a high concentration of residents experiencing income insecurity, living within the boundaries between Madison and Williams Streets, and from North Farwell to Forest Street. This community is similar to the Cannery TID 13 district, where according to the 2017 Health Impact Survey, 70% of the residents have annual incomes less than $25,000. We then added intentional language, as Mr. Winzen stated, to the objectives of that project plan. Specifically, the one line was, quote unquote, emphasize the creation and/or rehabilitation of affordable housing. It's not enough to just trust that affordability is assumed and intended. Affordability needs to be intentional in project plans and take into account doing everything possible so that residents will not be displaced and that the neighborhoods will be revitalized and not simply gentrified, where capital gain is the only goal. I'm not suggesting that cash grants not be granted for downtown redevelopment, which, yes, will include market rate units. But what I am suggesting is that language be added to the TID 8 project plan, the Fourth Amendment, the purpose section of the Fourth Amendment, to include that one sentence that was added in the objectives of the TID 13 project plan, to emphasize the creation and/or rehabilitation of affordable housing, and to include the 1-year affordable housing extension under Wisconsin Statute 66.1105. I appreciate your consideration of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfgram. Any questions from council?
Thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Good evening, Ms. Mosley.
Admit it, you're getting used to seeing us back to back, aren't you? My name is Judy Mosley, and this time I wish to address the amendment to TID 8, in particular the addition of cash grants to developers. I do believe that the City of Eau Claire recognizes the severity of the housing problem that we are faced with and wants to provide incentives to developers of mixed use and mixed income residential developments because cash grants are a really important tool. As we've seen in our city in the last 18 months, there are developers who have the experience and the desire to bring affordable housing developments to our community. At least 4 of them have applied for WHEDA 9% tax credits this year. In all of those cases, without that program and TID money or cash grants, those projects are unlikely to happen. And in fact, the chances are high that none of those 4 developers are going to receive WHEDA dollars simply because Madison and Milwaukee area is a more competitive area for those grants. I support cash grants for developers of affordable units. Unfortunately, this amendment doesn't include any language about affordability because, as you heard, the original 2002 TID, that wasn't even on the radar in the creation of that TID. So I do understand and support the city's responsibility to make the TID solvent. As a taxpayer, I appreciate that. But our past decisions in this neighborhood have exacerbated our affordable housing crisis. Over the last 35 years, we have demolished dozens, maybe even hundreds of affordable housing units, single-family, older stock houses, duplexes, triplexes. And while this TID now contains a lot of shiny new high-end apartments, we didn't make any allowances for how we were going to replace all of that housing that we demolished. And now we're sitting with a lot of low-income families who have no place to go because they can't afford those shiny new high-end apartments. This neighborhood still has blocks and blocks of older stock, affordable single-family and multifamily homes north of Madison Street. Many of the people that live there work in hotel and retail businesses downtown, and if they were to move out of the neighborhood, they would be faced with the additional burden of transportation costs. You and I might consider this a blighted neighborhood, but I assure you that the residents that live there consider it home. This neighborhood could be at risk of gentrification over the next 4 or 5 or 6 years if during that interim time some development happens, some landlord, because there are landlords in that area who own 3 or 4 or 5 contiguous homes. So if one of those landlords, as happened last year on one of the blocks on Barstow Street, if one of those landlords decides to sell 3 homes in a row, that makes that a ripe spot for redevelopment. I urge you to make this neighborhood a priority because that's what this entire discussion is about what are our priorities. And I find it a little shocking that we would prioritize spending $25,000 to house a car and not house a person. So, you know, that kind of highlights what we were talking about earlier with the Housing Commission about how we really need to make a more focused and deliberate attempt to change our policies and our processes to recognize the importance of affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Any questions from council? Thanks for coming up. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone else that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 11, which is a public discussion on the amendment of the project plan for tax increment financing district number 9, Gateway Northwest Business Park overlay. Mr. Wincenz.
Thank you, Council President Weld. This should be much quicker. Before you tomorrow afternoon will be a proposed second amendment to tax incremental district number 9. TID number 9 is located on the northwest portion of the community in the area known as the Gateway Business Park and shown as TID number 9 on this overview map. This was created in 2008 to promote industrial development. This is a close-up view of this particular district. What I'll draw your attention to is the green area, shaded area on the lower portion of the screen. This area is going to be the area that we're talking about making the proposed boundary amendment. Within this area, about a year ago, there was a certified survey recorded and a new warehousing distribution facility was constructed on what was created as Lot 2. You'll see Lot 2 has a diagonal or a dashed line running from north to south through that parcel. The land on the west side or the left-hand side of that line is not within tax incremental district number 9. The land to the right of that dashed line is located within tax incremental district number 9. This is a view of the distribution facility, warehouse facility that was constructed. The solid line running north to south through the middle of the building is that boundary line that I just described. So half of this building, approximately half of it, is located outside of the boundary of tax incremental district number 9, and the other half is located within the boundary of tax incremental district number 9. Obviously, this creates some challenges in terms of assessment purposes. In addition, it actually violates Wisconsin statutes. Wisconsin statutes require that parcels not be split by a boundary of a tax incremental district, in that the tax incremental district includes whole parcels. So as I indicated, the boundary of tax incremental district number 9 currently splits Lot 2. The proposed amendment includes all of Lot 2 within the boundary of TID number 9. We could go either way. We could move it all out, or we can move it all in. We're recommending that we move all of that parcel within the boundary of TID number 9. Be happy to answer questions.
Any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we will close the public discussions. I'm sorry, we have one more. Agenda item number 12, Mr. Pippinger's been waiting back there patiently. A public discussion on the update of Half Moon Lake Water Quality Management Plan. Good evening, Mr. Pippinger.
Good evening. Tonight, before the City Council, we have an update of the Half Moon Lake Water Quality Management Plan, and this gives us a roadmap to the future of the lake, and also is a mechanism for us to receive grant funding for lakes grants. And so it's very important that one, we have the update, but also that we have a plan that we can go by. First, I'd like to recognize the Half Moon Lake Community Partnership Team. Many of these members were part of the original task force that was originated back in 2001 and created the 2002 Half Moon Lake Water Quality Report. Additionally, we seeked and we were looking for feedback from UW Eau Claire, Randall Park Neighborhood Association, Mayo Hospital, Eau Claire Area School District, the DNR. We worked with their aquatic plant and fishery specialists. UW Stout, Mr. Bill James, he was one of the original folks that worked on the lake back in the early 2000s. And then our lake expert, Mr. Buzz Sorge, he's here with us tonight, and he'll have an opportunity to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. But Buzz has spent his entire career with the DNR. Now he's retired, but he has spent his career working on area lakes, and Half Moon Lake was one of the lakes that he has taken much pride into working with the city of Eau Claire and our staff to make this lake a success. And this is really what I'm presenting tonight as a success. I'm not saying we stop, but this is a success, what we're going to see. And you're going to see some pretty amazing pictures of what's actually happening down on the lake. And then I want to recognize the Eau Claire City County Health Department with Matt Steinbach and Savannah Bergman, along with our city staff. Mr. Pat Ivory did a tremendous amount of work on this as far as writing it up. And then Mr. Dave Solberg, Todd Koala, our retired parks manager, Steve Roscoe, and myself. So what was the community partnership's role? Was to provide feedback and support to establish water quality goals for Half Moon Lake and to recommend specific actions needed to reach these goals. Updating the 2010 Half Moon Lake Water Quality Report to improve the lake and continue as ambassadors to Half Moon Lake for future water quality efforts. So a little bit of history on Half Moon Lake for those that may not know. It's an oxbow lake. It's a part of the Chippewa River Channel that got cut off. And if you ever take an aerial view, you'll see the way the river channel took. It just left this piece behind as an urban lake for us. And in the 1800s, when the lumber folks came, they used the lake as a way of transporting their logs. And the picture you see here is actually Half Moon Lake. You can see all the logs here. And this spot here was one where they had a lumber mill. And that's where the current site of the Half Moon Lake is, right here. That's the beach right there. That little knob up there without any trees on it, that's Mount Tom. So certainly a change in what the view is currently, looking to the east, but certainly I think it's changed for the better, and you'll see that. Certainly we have had a lot of change. So there's been a long history of water quality concerns with the lake, and that's been addressed through the years. In 2001, the Citizens Task Force was created to address these issues with Half Moon Lake. That created the 2002 Half Moon Lake Water Quality Report. In 2010, there was an update to that report. These are some pictures of what Half Moon Lake looked like in 2009. 10 years ago, that's what the lake looked like. So obviously, we had to look at some other methods, and I'll talk a little bit about what some of those goals and recommendations did back in the 2002, 2010 that we achieved. You'll see some of those achievements. In 2016, the city did a survey of the community. And the community listed Half Moon Lake as a very, it's in the medium, but it's in between medium and high priority as importance to this community. Same thing with what did most households find is very important. 19% of the households listed Half Moon Lake as very important to their household. So what were some of the major accomplishments that were achieved from the 2002 Half Moon Water Quality Report? Well, there was the creation of the Friends of Half Moon Lake. Increased street sweeping initiated in 2003, a process that we still continue today. We do it over 14 times per year. Sometimes we exceed that if we have a good year. Early spring, late fall, we do it a little bit more. We created an ordinance prohibiting the use of trolling motors in Bronze Bay. Bronze Bay is a very unique ecosystem. Certainly part of the Oxbow Lake, but it's got a very unique ecosystem, and it needed to be protected. There was the removal of the Roberts Farm warehouse in the Valley Builders building on Cameron Street. The installation of several BMP's best management practices for the Mayo parking lot when they redesigned and built onto the Mayo Hospital. The relocation of the ski sprites to Lake Altoona in 2007, and then the completion of a lake sediment study and a lake depth map. Continuing with the accomplishments, we did one application of 2,4-D for Eurasian milfoil in 2009. That's all we had to do. That essentially wiped out the milfoil in the lake. So that was very successful. We didn't have to add more. We're continuing with the application of the Aquathol K for curly leaf pondweed. We've been doing that since 2009. That is to control the curly leaf, because if we didn't, it would overtake the lake. And we've been seeing successes in the water quality because of that. Some of the major accomplishments since 2010. We've done the whole lake alum treatment in 2011, and we did a low dose in 2019, along with the low dose and the west arm in 2017. The lake is broken up into arms. We got the west arm, east arm, and then we got the south arm. They're basically laid out geographically. The west arm is the part that's over by, on the side of Bronze Bay, over by where the new tennis center is. And that's the area that we're still seeing some phosphorus leaking through the sediments coming in. So we've been paying attention to that area during our annual monitoring. Talking about annual monitoring, we've been doing that since 2011. Fish regulations were updated in 2014. We've done fish habitat improvements with doing tree drops in the lake to create more habitat for the fish. We've had an adoption of an updated of the city waterways plan in 2012. We did the reconstruction of the causeway in 2017. That created another great amenity for our citizens to be able to use and touch and fish off in the lake. We conducted annual site-specific aquatic plant harvesting. Some of you will see that, that big machine we have out there that harvests the weed, goes around. It actually collects, cuts weeds off, brings them in so we can get them out of the lake so it doesn't create another source of phosphorus in the lake. And we did an additional installation of additional fishing pier at Lakeshore School. We continued our regular monitoring of E. coli. That's one of our main goals is to, in the future, is to try to have less than 5 beach closes based on E. coli elevations. Renovation of the Rod and Gun Park in 2015. We continue to acquire private properties along the shoreline. Currently, the city owns 95.2% of the shoreline on Half Moon Lake. And that's a key item that it's going to make sure that we don't have those impacts from developments on the shoreline. That makes all the difference. We've had upgrades to the Half Moon Lake Beach House in 2016. We worked to remove the invasive plants such as buckthorn and black locust along the shoreline. And we identified water loss at the southeast corner, which is called Becca's Brook. City of Eau Claire, we pump on average about 1 million gallons a day into Half Moon Lake from wells that are located in Owen Park. That costs money, and they're they require high maintenance from those wells. One of the goals of this report is to locate where the major leak is and to have a plan to block that leak. Knowing our ability to do that would require us or not require us to have to pump from the Owen Park area into the lake. So what were the long-term goals that we're setting going forward? The 2002 report emphasized the importance of the lake with the community. The 1971 report stated the Carson Park Half Moon Lake Complex is probably the most important single publicly owned recreation asset in Eau Claire County. And every reasonable effort should be made to upgrade the lake and its environs for this and future generations. And that's really what we're doing here. This plan is going to make sure that future generations are going to be able to enjoy an urban lake, 154-acre lake with water quality that is truly impressive. And you saw what the pictures looked like in 2009. I'm going to show you some pictures what it looks like now and what the success has been. But looking at the long-term goals. Long-term goals really haven't changed much from 2001. What we have is we emphasize some important additions to it. In improving water quality, will be protected and improved as a result of a reduction in lake phosphorus concentrations. And that's what's important. We have to limit and make sure those phosphorus concentrations that are in the sediment don't come back into the water column and create the algae blooms. The diverse plant community. The plant community just 10 years ago was essentially crispus is what we had. We had the curly-leaf pondweed, which is an invasive. It essentially takes over the entire plant community because the time that it's actually growing is during the winter, and then when the ice comes out, that plant basically takes over the entire water body. And then it dies off rather quickly. It dies off in June, July, and at that point when it dies off, you have all this mass, this biomass in the lake, which creates that ugly green water and the high algae level. So we have to continue that we have a diverse plant community. Self-sustaining fishery. That is another goal that is set that, certainly the lake is utilized by a lot of fishermen as for recreation. And so that goal is is tied to making sure that we have a diverse fishery also. A natural, clean, healthy, and aesthetic, outstanding, and protected shorelines. I mentioned before, city owns 95.2%. This goal is that the city would own all the properties. Currently, there's only 4 properties that are on the lake right now that are not in city ownership. So whenever they become available, it is part of this plan is that the city would look at acquiring those properties or some type of conservation easement that would create a buffer between the properties that are there and the lake. Unfortunately, 2 of those properties, we can't get anything between the property and the lake because they're right on the water. But the other 2, there's a possibility of doing that. Motorboat impacts. Certainly, we've taken off the combustible motors on the lake. We still have trolling motor use, no trolling motor use in Bronze Bay, but on the rest of the lake, we'd be looking at, as a goal, to limit any wake, so there'd be a no wake requirement on trolling motors also. Improved watershed management, certainly. That's important. The watershed in this area is, dumping to the lake. We want to make sure that we have the ability to run that through best management practices, such as some type of detention or through a grass filter, something that would settle out the suspended solids so it doesn't get into the lake. And then look at multifaceted recreational opportunities. We're seeing the lake being used much, much more. And one of the goals is that we would look at programming future recreational opportunities. It could be something such as that we'd open the beach again, to where we would have some recreational oversight with our recreation division and our parks division. And then lastly, the educated involved citizenry, which is engaged in assisting in the management of Half Moon Lake. And again, I'll have basically a diagram that will tell you how important that is to the success of the lake. So what are the recommendations moving forward? Talked a little bit these are all part of the goals, the improved water quality. We need to continue the alum treatment of the lake. We have been using it much less and more specific to areas that we know that the phosphorus from the sediment is coming through. Plant harvesting of the curly leaf pondweed to get more diversity in the lake. Motorboat prohibitions, I talked about that with no wake on the lake. Stormwater management controls requiring BMPs through any stormwater that would be coming into the lake. The hydrological water budget for Half Moon Lake, again, looking at Becca's Brook. Public ownership of the shoreline, community partnership, working with our partners in the school district and others, Mayo Hospital, that are right on the lake. Continued lake assessment and monitoring, again, that's very important for us to identify areas that are still having some issues, that we can address those maybe in a spot repair rather than a whole lake type of chemical addition. And then the city leadership and lake-related issues. It's important. You're going to see some successes in what the water quality looks like, but this doesn't end it, because if we stop doing what we're doing today, within 10 years, it'd likely be looking like it did in 2009. So we have to continue this effort because we're going in the right direction. And then continue to evaluate erosion concerns on the shorelines. We identified some areas in the plan that we need to look at and some stormwater outfalls. Look at the shoreland and lake habitat areas to, again, address any of the invasive species that are growing and work with groups. We have a lot of volunteer groups that would like to help out in these areas. Continue the Bronze Bay protection, Half Moon Lake fishery, again, looking for developing a fishery that's diverse and with good quality and quantity of fish. The shoreline cleanup, again, mentioned that a couple times, but that's very important that we look at. We already have amazing Eau Claire cleanup that we utilize some volunteers to clean up along the shoreline. But there's also other opportunities in adopting a park, adopting a shoreline. And then the education involves citizens, continuing to work with our Half Moon Lake group, looking at information and directional signage along the lake. That's one thing that when we discussed, we were lacking a little bit in there. I'm a little bit torn on that because to me, when you got a beautiful natural area and you add a sign, that kind of takes away from a little bit of it. But I think we can do that in such a way that it won't. And then talked about the recreational opportunities. Again, there's more things we can do in programming on the lake. Certainly with the swimming, but you know, we have some groups that are already doing things on recreational opportunities, such as doing paddleboard yoga, which is pretty cool. That I haven't done it. I'm not all that great on a paddleboard. I try usually, but so here's a map of the ownership of the lake right now, and you can see by the green, this is what the city owns. So there's 4 spots, as I mentioned. The 2 up on the north end of the lake. One is the radio station off of Cameron Street. The other is that parking lot that the Mayo Hospital owns, and the other 2 are the apartments right off where the causeway comes in across the lake. You got just on the north side of that. Those are the only properties that are not in public ownership or city ownership. And that accounts, so out of the green area, that's 26,640 lineal feet of shoreline. That's over 5 miles of shoreline the city owns. So that's impressive. So what has the growth in popularity been? Well, this is a cool picture. I smile at the city manager because he's probably doing some of the coaching, teaching in this. So this is what's going on in the lake. 10 years ago, this was not going on in the lake. We got. Oh, you could. No. So we got dragon boat races going on, sailboat sailing lessons. We got the triathlon back in the lake. The paddleboard yoga lessons I mentioned earlier. We got swimmers. The beach is actually on days in the summer. We've got, a half full beach of people enjoying the water because the water quality is clear. And what does Eau Claire mean? Clear water. Clear water, right? And then fishing contests. So that's a great thing. And like I said, this is a success story. And here are the successes that we've seen. We've got water quality improvements for phosphorus, algae, and the Secchi disc. When we started this, you guys ever see that Secchi disc? It's a little black and white disc, about 10 inches in diameter, and it's on a string, and you go down, and when you lose sight of it, tells you about the water clarity. In 2009, that was about 3 inches. Today, it's over 3 meters. That's 10 feet. 10 feet. You can essentially see the bottom of the lake in most places in the lake. The deepest part of the lake is about 14 feet. Average depth is about 6 feet. So you can actually see the bottom. We've had increased special events. We got swimming and recreating on the lake. We got a new fishing pier at Lakeshore School. We do the amazing Eau Claire cleanup around the shoreline. We had an Eagle Scout last year create boat landing monoline recycling stations along the lake. So that monoline, that fishermen, that they get a snarl in their casting, that they can take it off and they can put it in here so they don't have to throw it out there. And then we continue our goose management program. And this is another success because one of our goals is to minimize the number of times that the lake is closed during the summer because of E. coli outbreak. Our goose management program has been going on since 2014. When we started our first roundup, we collected 108 geese. Just last year, actually in 2018, that was down to 30. It's important if we're going to keep the lake into a where we can have water contact, is that we control that, because the geese, and I forget what the number was, and I think it was 11 geese produce the same amount of output as a cow. Is that right? Or maybe a human? 18. So they can mess up a lake and the water quality. The other thing we do is that we oil eggs, and oiling the eggs is a process where we'll actually find where they're nesting, get in there and we'll oil them with the vegetable oil, put them back. The gander will still lay on the eggs and try to hatch, but they won't hatch. And so at a time, they'll just realize that, okay, they're not gonna hatch. They don't try to reproduce. If we took the eggs out of the nest, they would just reproduce. I mean, they would just reproduce again. So the oiling has been successful. We continue to do it. So what is the success of sustaining an urban lake? On the bottom is community commitment. We need that community commitment. It's got to be the city. It's got to be our partners with the DNR. Some of the other partners I talked about with the Friends of Half Moon Lake, the university, the school district. That's very important that we have that commitment. That creates clear goals that we have developed in this plan. With the clear goals, we have water clarity. If we have that water clarity, it's something that we've already proved, is that we have fun on the lake. So I'm going to leave you with one last thing. Waterways and Parks Commission recommended approval of the plan at their last meeting. But I'm going to leave you with some sights of what we're seeing on the lake today. We're seeing people out having fun. And you're also looking at, when you look at a picture like this, you could be on any lake in Canada, northern Wisconsin, that has very little development on it. But this is right in our backyard. And if you look at this is the impressive thing. You got some emergent weeds through here, but you can look at the water clarity and you can actually see the weeds that are submerged right there. And then lastly, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Again, I remind you we have Mr. Buzz Sorge here too, and he would be happy to answer any questions you have also.
Thank you, Mr. Pippinger. Are there questions from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld, and thank you, Mr. Pippinger and Mr. Sorge, for your work in the Friends of Half Moon Lake. I wanted to, I guess, dive in a little bit into one thing that we've talked about last year and included in our budget, I believe, is the Carson Park Master Plan. Do you think you could maybe describe how that fits into this management plan and how this management plan might inform the Carson Park Master Plan and what is ultimately done in terms of changes with the park? I guess one example where I don't know what the positive or negative aspects of it are, but there was a change made to Bronze Bay where it was paved, well, before it was a gravel drive service. So I guess those kind of changes that may result from a master planning process, how do those impact the management of the lake?
Sure. First, the master plan for Carson Park isn't really going to address the lake part of it. This plan addresses that lake part and the water quality. The Carson Park master plan is going to really look at every amenity that we currently have on the peninsula, basically, and then the Half Moon Lake bathhouse. So we'll be addressing that. Won't necessarily be looking at the shoreline. However, for any future development, if we'd be looking at that, if there's going to be any proposals that we do anything there, we certainly are going to keep the lake in mind. I mean, we certainly don't want to do something on the peninsula that would impact the lake. You know, certainly we're going to make sure we protect that. And I mentioned before, the shoreline, having, you know, the city own, you know, 95.2% of that shoreline is important. We don't want to go and impact it ourselves. I mean, that's why we're taking it in ownership, is so we don't impact it. Does that answer your question? I mean, again, the Half Moon or the Carson Park Master Plan is going to be looking at this area here. You know, the roads, the parking lot, basically the parks, you know, with the Pine Pavilion, Oak Pavilion. You know, we just put $500,000 into a new playground. We'd be looking at the Birch Pavilion, but we're not looking at anything that's going to impact that shoreline.
Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I'm just going to see if I can figure out what his question actually was, because when I listened to Mr. Greggert, I was thinking he was saying, as people use the park, are there things that we are imagining about the park, like litter or consumer behavior or road surfaces that degrade the water quality? Are there things that you integrate those two plans to make sure that the water is not affected?
Yeah, yes, I mean, again, you know, we do have the Carson Park Road that comes in, and certainly one of the improvements that we've done on that road in the past, when there wasn't curb and gutter on there, and we haven't had any type of storm system. In the future, what we would be looking at, when we do develop any storm system that would be coming in here, we're going to put best management practices on it, so we have the ability to filter out any of the suspended solids so it doesn't go into the lake. So maybe that's another clarification, but yes, we would be looking at all of those opportunities moving forward in the future. Similar to what you were talking about in Bronze Bay, you know, we have to be sensitive to that on what we do there, so we're not creating more of a problem when we do some improvements. I mean, certainly, I think the both plans do go hand in hand. They have to, because if we're doing anything here, we got to think about what we've already have for goals and recommendations on the management plan.
Yeah,
Councilmember
just to follow.
Christopherson.
I just want you to know that I can see the library people still here.
Yeah.
Just want you to know. The last thing I would say, I really enjoyed reading the report, was I'm interested in how do you expect to find Becca's Brook, and asking for assistance in finding that outflow. And then the comment in the plan about changing the type of curb so that there's not as much turtle motility. I just thought all of that was really great.
So this is the area where Becca's Brook is, and what we'll have to do is that, and you can see this is where essentially the river channel went, and if you look at a real aerial picture of the lake, and I think my first picture might show that a little bit better. The river's over here, but the river channel came up through here and went through here, and at some point when the river was high enough, it just blew a spot and said, hey, I'm going to take the path of least resistance, I'm done running this way, and I'm just going to go that way, and then this got cut off. So what we'll have to do, we're going to have to hire some specialists, hydrogeologists to come in, and we'll have to determine, we already know that the channel used to run through this way. And the likelihood, we know the water's running this way because we can see it over land, and then all of a sudden it gets over into this area and it kind of disappears. Well, it's going underground. So we need to try to find and see if there's a solution here. If we can block this, as I said, we can eliminate a lot of time and money that we're pumping water into the lake.
Any other questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you very much. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item? Again, I'll ask if there's anyone here that wishes to speak to this agenda item. Seeing none, we will close the public discussion portion of this meeting and move on to public presentations. I'd like to go through the presentation of the status of the L.E. Phillips Memorial Public Library modernization, renovation, and expansion project. Good evening, Ms. Westby, and appreciate your patience and waiting and a long night.
Good evening, and thank you, President Weld. May I suggest that everyone take a
stand up
and stretch a couple minutes so I don't
sounds
lose
great.
you through this? Well, thank you. I appreciate being here and giving you an update on our exciting project. I'll just recap some background information. In 2016, the library garnered the hopes and dreams of the community of Eau Claire and the dreams for a library for the future, and created a strategic plan, which we're working from now, and we're burning through it just as fast as we possibly can. And one of those items was to do a building feasibility study, and we conducted two studies of the building in 2017. One was an asset planning through Amoresco, and the other was a building feasibility and space needs assessment that was done with Zimmerman Studio and architectural firm. And both of those companies came up with a building with an index condition less than fair or poor condition, 50% of the building. So HVAC, electrical, fire alarm, roof, plumbing, as well as some of the aesthetics. So that, fast forward, that's why we're at the point that we are. But then there were a few other things that came into play. For instance, in 2017, 1976, when the library was built, the population compared to what is predicted for 2022, the population of our library service area will have grown by 66%. And yet our building has maintained the same 60,000 square feet. So you can see that the per capita of our building has dropped by almost 0.5%, or by 50%. We also discovered a lot of access issues and inclusion shortcomings, and we learned a lot through those studies and through surveys. And I think there's, okay. But another item I'd like to point out is our front atrium, and that is our plan, is to replace that. We have some safety issues with that as well. We also heard from the community that they were looking for more gathering spaces, small, large, medium, collaborative spaces for study, tutoring, for writing business plans, for doing job applications, for career development purposes, for language and literacy learning, as well as large group area. This is a rendering of a third floor overlooking the river, is a outdoor terrace and a large community room, and you can see an additional art gallery. We also know that the poverty rate in Eau Claire County is at 14.4%. And when literacy and learning is accessible to the greater general public, we can change that number for the good. And the library is the ideal place for that to happen. All ages are welcome. There are opportunities for learning for all people, regardless of your background and your age or your income level. The library is making a point, thanks to the City Council, for the additional staffing to offer early literacy and parenting classes, which have been wildly popular. I don't know if you know this, but our parenting class last fall filled up in an hour and a half through social media alone, and we have another one coming up. And the topic was tough topics, so things like anger management for toddlers and for parents as well. So families were given supper, and there was daycare for siblings and for young children. And we partnered with CVTC early childhood students as well as our staff to accomplish that. Pretty amazing. We also hear from the public that they're looking for support for creative economy. We know that the library can offer that for all ages and allow people of all ages and intergenerational things to happen just organically. So our open labs are often visited by grandparents with grandchildren, or someone just wandering in and seeing the excitement in the makerspace. And we're actually out of space in some of our programs, and that's really exciting to see, but it's also a little discouraging. So we're really looking forward to more space for that. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is Chance the Rapper. Are you familiar with the Grammy Award winner Chance the Rapper? Well, he got his start in a makerspace in Chicago, at Chicago Public Library. So he did some recording in the recording studio there. So who knows? You know, the next Grammy Award winner might come out of the Ellie Phillips Memorial Public Library studio. We also see this as an opportunity to help with the revitalization of downtown Eau Claire. The corner of Eau Claire Street and Farwell is, not the most welcoming spot in Eau Claire. I know when I came to interview, I wondered, is this really the library with that big cement wall? So we're looking forward to seeing a welcoming space that's light and airy and really invites people in for learning and engaging and really enthused about being together. So what are the costs? You know these numbers, but I'm going to go over them again. The renovation is the renovation and the expansion would be approximately $18.5 million, and that is for phase one. That's a 90,000 square foot building. And phase two is really the ideal space. So that would be a third floor, a front entryway, and an expansion on the second floor. And that would be approximately $20 million. And that would, by the way, bring our per capita ratio back to where we started in 1976. So if you if you think about that, being satisfied with a 90,000 square foot is kind of like that commercial where, you know, it's just okay, but okay is not okay, right? So then I want to take a minute just to point out the fact that the library is also ideally positioned in downtown Eau Claire to be a destination. And this is a rendering of the plaza between City Hall on the right and the proposed library over on the left. Farwell is the wrinkly street in front, over on the bottom left. And it would include, this rendering shows a parking ramp, stacked parking with murals designed by local artists, some play area for the younger generation, and a green space for outdoor programming, and a place for kiddos to run around before they come in for story time. And this is a street view of that same space. It could also include an outdoor event shelter where small music concerts could be held. And that one's blank. I have no idea why. So here's the timeline. We have a rough draft, or we are in the midst of selecting an architectural and engineering firm. We have a committee made up of community members, board members, staff, and city staff. There are 11 people on that committee. We received 10 outstanding proposals from all across the state and into Minnesota, and we're very excited about those proposals. We will be going through the interview and a tour of the building very shortly, and we'll start design as soon as possible. The campaign launch, which, as you remember, we still are on the hook for raising $7 million of private and grants and corporate donations. That launch event is scheduled for April 14th at Pablo Center on the Confluence. So mark your calendars. I hope you can make it. It should be very exciting. We have entertainment and food, and it's free, and it's a great way to learn more about the project, but also to invest some time in the community and hear what people think about that project. Then we hope to start design development in the fall with some public listening sessions, of course, throughout over the summer. And as we go through that design development, we'll be very interactive, and that's one of the requirements of our selection committee. Construction to begin in 2021, and like I said, we hope to complete that in 2022, and by that time, our population growth, like I said before, will be up 66% compared to 1970 when the library was first proposed. Since this is a Story Builder campaign, I just wanted to maybe tell a little personal story, my own library story. For 20 years, I lived in a community that didn't have public library services. And I see firsthand how public libraries can impact the community. And I have to say that we're kind of the quiet, hidden gem of Eau Claire. And we're quietly doing our business like libraries do, right? And we're impacting lives in very big ways. And my story is one where I'll be honest, I lived in a lower middle class family. income home and own very few books and without a public library. That put me at a clear disadvantage from my classmates. I graduated from high school, got married, had 4 children, and I didn't want that for my children. So I got involved with a group, a community group, and we raised funds and built a library. And by the time my youngest was, let's see, how old was she? 2. We had a public library. I got a job there. I saw the impact that it made on the people that I served, and I went back to school and got my degree. And I saw how that impacted my daughters. And they're all professionals. They all use the library. They're involved in their community. And I really feel passionately about how reading and just interacting with that cross-section of our community makes a difference. In the little town that my children grew up, it was a very diverse community. We had a turkey processing plant there, and so people came from all across the world. And that was one thing that we did really well at the library, was to help immigrants find their way through this very complicated language and services. And I can tell you now that that experience, that my family and the families who used the library was very different because of the people that they met and the people that they interacted with. And that's the other beautiful thing about libraries, is you get to meet people you never would have met otherwise. So with that, I would like to just introduce, or informally introduce, this fan club I have back here, made up of board members and co-chairs for the campaign, and committee members, and people who have had a very wonderful library impact. And we could have filled this room, right? But they didn't want to stay this long. Just kidding. But I have a feeling our board president would like to maybe say a few things. So I'll probably step aside here and let, if that's all right.
Certainly, yeah, yeah, welcome. Good evening.
I'm Bob Eierman, and I'm the president of the library board, but I'm also one of the co-chairs for the fundraiser. And I wanted to talk a little bit about that, because that's been a very interesting thing. First of all, I've been on the board about 5 years, so I've had a front row seat for all these exciting developments that Pamela's talking about. And we kind of have the best case scenario where we put together a great strategic plan, and then we hired new dynamic leadership to carry it out. And so that's really paying off now that with this thing rolling. But the fundraiser, as far as I know, this is the first time truly a public facility, the public library, as this in our case, has really gone out and done a major fundraising to go with that. And we understand that the city has provided as much as you guys can. If you go back and look at there's really been 3 big library building projects in the history of the city. The first was the Carnegie Library, which is now part of City Hall. That was done in 1904, something like that. $40,000 grant from Carnegie to build the building. The city provided the land, basically about $4,000 worth of land and a little bit of preparation. So it was basically free. The city got paid like 10% or something. The 1976 project was a $3.2 million project, and that's the building we're in. That was $2.6 million from the city. So the city did the lion's share on that one. $300,000 from a grant and $300,000 from the Phillips Foundation. So the Phillips have had naming rights on that facility for 40-something years for $300,000. We don't have any plans to change that name, but that's just the way the situation is. So the history of the building projects in Eau Claire is that there is some other fundraising that goes with it. You know, it isn't, the city doesn't provide that. And in fact, we've gotten feedback, because we're now in the silent phase of the campaign. So a lot of these people and I are working on meeting with significant donors, trying to educate them about what we're doing and our hopes for the future of the library. And we're getting feedback from them, why doesn't the city just do it? And we try and explain, the city's done all they can. They're going to take care of the upgrading the facilities and getting the building back in shape, and then we're going to add this extra money to build the library that we think this community needs for the future. So that's been one of our challenges. But the fundraising's going great. We feel like we're right on track, and that we hope by the time we get to, I think we've got $2.9 million worth of proposals that are going to foundations and other funding agencies that we hope we may get some resources from that. There's a new market tax credit thing that some of you may know about. That's a possibility to get some funds to support this project too. So we have a lot of confidence that this project's going to work out, that we're going to have a great building, and I just think it's just super exciting. So I appreciate you guys hanging in here this late. Didn't come here with a prepared statement. I wore my best flannel shirt. I didn't think I was going to get up here, but you know, you guys gave me 3.5 hours to think of what to say. So appreciate that. So anyway, any questions, or should I just?
Any questions from council? Councilmember Beaton.
I have a question about the kind of the fundraising goal, and I'm not sure who this would go to, but I wonder if you can flip back to the slide that said there was an $18 million goal and a $20 million goal.
Yeah. So we did a fundraising feasibility study. So that came after we had done the architect's work and decided, kind of had an idea what we wanted for the building. And the original estimate was somewhere in the $18 to $20 million range would get us these, and it had different possibilities to kind of match this phase 1 and phase 2. Fundraising feasibility study said we could expect to raise $7 million. Mm-hmm. So that puts us a little bit at the low end of that. And so if that's as much as we can raise, then we'll go with phase 1, which will be adding a 3rd floor and then remodeling the building and taking care of that, and then some expansion besides that. If the fundraising works out better than that, then we'll go with the full $20 million.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't an additional 20 million. It was an additional 1.5 million.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of the stretch goal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The great thing for you guys is we don't have an ask tonight, right? We just here to kind of report. You guys already did the heavy lifting, and that's huge, because, you know, the other thing is people have said to us, what if you don't get the 7 million? What if you only get 3 million? What is that? And we say, no, the project's going ahead. We've got the city's support, and that's really critical, because it's helping us build momentum as we go and try and do this fundraising. Fundraising is a weird business. We're basically trying to educate the entire community about the library and all these cool things that we do. And there's some heavy lifting there. And of course, lots and lots of competition in the fundraising field these days. So yeah, that's a challenge.
Any other questions from council? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah,
What a surprise. Jeremy has a question.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Very good, Mr. Ironman.
I'll try and behave.
Thank you. I guess wanted to ask, you know, I know we were chatting a couple weeks ago at a Friends of the Library event, mm-hmm. and you were talking about how this is kind of, you know, making a lot of folks that are involved in the library, including yourself, think about, you know, that, like, the long-term future in terms of fundraising. And can you maybe speak to that a bit? Because you spoke about some of that history of the regional library and then 1976 and then this push today, and, like, you know, we may be looking at something in 20 or 30 years too. So how do you feel like you're building the infrastructure from a fundraising capacity standpoint now, so that it can be brought into motion again in the future when more innovation needs to occur?
Yeah, I think, you know, I spent 32+ years at the university, and when I first came to the university in the early 80s, fundraising, I don't want to be mean, but it was kind of a joke. I mean, we did these telethons, and I think we had $500,000 in our endowment, and it was a very meager effort. But just the public institutions, the public universities weren't really doing fundraising, especially the smaller ones like us. And slowly, over that 3 decades, the university has turned into a pretty Cadillac fundraising operation. That's a very powerful thing. I mean, they ran the financial end of the Pablo project. So I was a witness to seeing how long it took and all the efforts that it took to build that kind of expectation on the part of the community that you're serving to actually provide some financial support for the institution. And my hope is that we're at the beginning of that with this project so that we have an endowment. In fact, we have 2 endowments with the Eau Claire City Foundation. And they're small, kind of like the university one was when we first started. And my hope is that as we do this work, and a lot of this work is creating networks of people, getting contacts, I'm hoping that we can continue to stay in touch with those people and continue to build those endowments so that 30 years from now, we're not starting from scratch when we go to do this. I mean, we don't have any money to put into this, basically, right now. And we could, but it's going to take some effort. So I think there's some potential reorganization that may happen within the library staff, and I think that the Friends, and I think some of us will hopefully continue to try and work on that so that we build those networks and we build that system so that we can build up an endowment that could support some of these things. Same problem's going to come up in 30 years. The building's not going to be big enough. It's not going to be modern. It's going to be, HVAC will be going out, the roof will be leaking, all those things. So.
Any other questions? Councilmember Worthman?
I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Ironman, and Ms. Westby and the entire board and all the fundraising that folks that are involved in that effort. It's truly, I think, a shining example of what can happen in our community, and just, thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, we're excited. I think everybody's excited to be doing this work. It's library is a great thing. This is the primary lifelong learning educational system in our city that serves everybody. 404,000 people came to the library last year. It's the most visited building in the downtown, 1,200 a day. Wow. Programs are 35,000 people came to programs. It's a hopping endeavor. And if you haven't done so, come over to the library and visit. And if you want a tour, let us know, because really there's a lot of changes that have happened. If you haven't been there in a year or two, it's changed. The things are different, and it's great. So come on by. Right?
That's where we're meeting.
I just wanted to say an additional little thanks to Ms. Westby for sharing your personal story. I really appreciate hearing stories like that, and it makes me even more excited about this project. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Anybody else? Library of the Year. We're the Wisconsin Library of the Year 2019. But I think that just shows the quality of the staff and the things that have been going on. Right. And that's despite the fact that the facility isn't really up to speed. We provide lifelong learning through materials, books and CDs and all that stuff, resources, which is basically programming, and space. And it's the space that's causing us problems right now. That's the thing that needs upgrade. So we're working on it.
Yeah. And probably one of our greatest assets is our staff. And not probably, it is. Absolutely it is. And that's gets the least amount of, flair and recognition. So I need to thank our 63 employees for their work as well, and for your support. I don't know if you know about this, but Gallup just put out a report about was it Friday? January 24th, that the library is the most visited cultural place, and that our highest population visitors is age 19 to 25, I believe. So building this library now to be state of the art like it was in 1976 is really building for the future of our community. So.
Can I say one more thing?
Certainly.
This is one of the pieces we're plugging in when we're doing our fundraising. So the concept is that effective communities support their citizenry by taking care of their body, their spirit, and their mind. Okay? And so in Eau Claire, we got Son and Tag. They're working on taking care of the body, right? All the recreation, all the physical ed and all that, basketball courts and all that. Spirit, that's the Pablo Center. That's where we go to get our spirits renewed and fired up. Mind, that's the library. There's educational institutions, we get it, K-12, the university, CVTC, but the library is for everybody, and it's a really important component. I think a lot of people think of the library as a place to go get books. It's really an educational institution, and it's just for everybody.
And it's free.
And it's free, except for the $4 million budget. Yeah. All right.
We appreciate the presentation and your
Thank you
work
very
and your
much.
passion and all of your guests too, to be here all this time is really remarkable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. All right. Well, we are to the point of our public comment period, and I'm not sure if we have anyone that's... No? Okay. So we will actually close the public portion of this meeting, and we'll be going into closed session. So on a motion by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, the City Council may now go into closed session to confer with city staff to discuss the terms and conditions and set the negotiating strategy regarding the potential sale and development of real property located at 126 North Barstow Street related to redevelopment authority of the City of Eau Claire, Liner Site property, and 100 North Farwell Street related to the railroad parking lot, which is permitted in closed session for competitive or bargaining reasons pursuant to Section 19.85 of the Wisconsin statutes. Is there any discussion from council? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton. Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye. We are in closed session.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting will return in a moment. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org. This program is simulcast on WRFP-LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
The Eau Claire City Council meeting is now in session. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Beaton. Berge.
Here.
Christofferson.
Here.
Emmanuel. Gragert.
Here.
Klinkhammer.
Here.
Lohr.
Yeah.
Weld.
Here.
Worthman.
Good afternoon. Before we get started, a couple of things. We're having some technical difficulties with our camera that helps us view the items that are being presented on the table there. So bear with us. We'll try and get through this as we progress through the meeting. Secondly, you may have noticed Councilmember Emmanuel has not been here last night or tonight, and she did ask me to pass along that she has been sick and really regrets not being able to be a part of our meetings these last couple of days. And if we all know Catherine and her passion for this job, it's hard for her not to be here. So we hope and wish that she gets well soon. So with that, we'll get started with our Tuesday, January 28th legislative session. During its legislative session, the council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us today. City staff and council members have spent a great deal of time preparing for this meeting. Thank you to the residents that joined us last night for your comments and your thoughts during our public hearings, and also those of you that reached out to us today. Thank you to Valley Media Works for live streaming this meeting. To watch, please visit valleymediaworks.org or visit channel 994 on Spectrum Cable. We have a full agenda, and we will get started. The first item of business is our consent agenda. And again, a note for those of you that are here in regards to an item that is on our consent, we will just be taking one vote. If it's approved, then know that your item has been approved. So does council members have any questions in regards to the consent agenda or wish to remove an item for separate consideration? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, the consent agenda is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
And that consent agenda passes unanimously. We have a couple of proclamations this evening. The first is recognizing Thank Your Mentor Day, and the second is the Human Trafficking Awareness Month. If Mr. Ascando and Mr. Kaiser from Big Brothers Big Sisters could meet at the podium, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. So we want to recognize mentoring in all aspects of our community and all different organizations, and we appreciate Big Brothers Big Sisters for being here to be part of this proclamation and the recognition that it well deserves. So whereas every child deserves to achieve success in life, and research has shown that mentors can play a powerful role in providing young people with the tools to make responsible decisions, stay focused, and engaged in school, and reduce or avoid risky behavior. And whereas mentoring programs like Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Northwestern Wisconsin and others make our communities and our state stronger by creating mentoring relationships, and quality mentoring promotes healthy relationships and communication, positive self-esteem, and growth of a young person. And whereas children with a mentor are more likely to participate in extracurricular activities, volunteer regularly in their communities, reach higher levels of education, and set higher goals for themselves. And whereas at the heart of it, mentoring relationships are basic human connections that let our young people know that they matter. And whereas each year, hundreds of caring adults volunteer their time to better the lives of children in our community as mentors. Now, therefore, I, Terry Weld, President of the Eau Claire City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council and the citizens of Eau Claire, do proclaim January 30th, 2020 as Thank Your Mentor Day, and urge everyone in Eau Claire to thank your mentors and those who have made a positive impact on them while growing up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you to members of council and President Weld. We are incredibly grateful for the opportunity to shed a light on the good work of the volunteers of our organization. It's one of those activities that very easily could go unnoticed because it happens not in big groups or out in public arenas, but little by little in schools and in parks and areas with one-on-one relationships. And so there's a lot of things that compete for people's time and interest, and the fact that we can get hundreds of people to spend an hour per week on an ongoing basis with a child and develop a relationship is really a testament to the power of mentoring and the relationships and good that it does for our communities. So since 1972, Big Brothers Big Sisters has supported these relationships in the Chippewa Valley, and as we grow, we hope to continue to do that. So thank you for the support, and thank you from our mentors.
Next, again, we wanted to recognize Human Trafficking Awareness Month, and if I could have Ms. Almquist and Lieutenant Dahlgren and any of the other members from
Oh, good to see you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
Eric, geez, good to see you again. So I had an opportunity to attend the event that was held a couple of weeks ago, and certainly, you know, an awareness that has been brought to me, you know, in the last couple of years, and certainly, you know, an alarming concern that our community and all communities throughout the country are dealing with and around the world. So I think it's, you know, it's a great thing that we continue to bring attention to it. So I'll share this proclamation with you. Whereas human trafficking is modern-day slavery, a practice that is in direct opposition to the fundamental principles of liberty and human rights upon which our nation was founded. And whereas human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world and has been documented in every corner of the world, every state in the U.S., and every county in Wisconsin. It is estimated that 40 million adults and children worldwide are currently forced into labor, bonded labor, or forced prostitution. And while the majority of victims are female, there is no segment of the population safe from human trafficking. And whereas we recognize these individuals as victims in need of rescue, support, and assistance, and we recognize that Eau Claire's Fierce Freedom is a valuable resource in the fight against human trafficking by providing information and guidance that can help us all bring an end to human trafficking. Now, therefore, I, Terry Weld, President of the Eau Claire City Council, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby designate January 2020 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in the City of Eau Claire, and to raise awareness about the signs and consequences of human trafficking, to promote opposition to human trafficking in all of its forms, to encourage support for the survivors of human trafficking, and to put an end to this criminal activity, and to restore freedom and dignity to its survivors. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the council and City Manager Peters for their continued support in the fight against human trafficking. This problem is not going to be solved by law enforcement alone. It takes many people from all backgrounds to help in the fight. The first and most important step is to acknowledge the issue and take a stance against it. This proclamation does both, and I would like to reiterate my appreciation for its renewal and your continued support. I also would like to thank my friends here from Fierce Freedom. We've had a long-standing relationship with Fierce Freedom where it concerns education and advocacy. So Dave, Kat, and Jenny can't be here, obviously. Thank you for all the work that you do and your partnership with the Eau Claire Police Department and the City of Eau Claire.
All right. So Dave, you want, no, I'm just kidding. My apologies, Jenny Almquist, our Executive Director, could not be here today, and her apologies as well, and I don't have anything written down or prepared exactly, but I just want to say thank you so much to the council. Thank you so much to President Weld and Dale Peters even for coming to our recent event. We had over 100 people, community members show up at the Pablo Center on January 11th, which is Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and we were able to tell stories of local impact as well as just throughout the state of Wisconsin, and really digging deep into those stories. I think that we live in such an amazing community of writers and artists in Eau Claire, and we tell stories and we're storytellers, but I think that we have to acknowledge the stories of exploitation and trafficking as well in order to help those individuals come out of it. And so this is such an important declaration and decision that you are making. And we just want to thank you again for your partnership, and again to Lieutenant Dahlgren for his partnership with the Eau Claire Police Department. We really couldn't do it without the partners throughout the community. And so we just want to say a heartfelt thank you to you.
I'm actually just here as eye candy. But we really do want to thank you for recognizing this very prevalent problem.
This program was brought
community.
to you by a cooperation
The
between
fact of the matter
Newsworks
is,
and the City of Eau Claire.
I was first learned about this back in 2009, even after 32 years with the Eau Claire Police Department.
A
And
transcript
Chief,
of this meeting is
Roca,
available for the hearing
recognize you
impaired.
as well
It will
for
be available
supporting
within 7 days of
us,
this
and Lieutenant
telecast.
Dahlgren.
Call
These two are, two people that really
715-839-4912
do
or
put forward
TDD
our program of educating the public what human
715-839-1689
trafficking
or
really
write
is,
Eau Claire
and that
City
it's
Clerk,
local.
P.O. Box
And, it's local
5148,
everywhere.
Eau Claire,
So
Wisconsin
it's not just Eau Claire, it's wherever you go. And I've
54702-5148.
traveled around the country for the last 10, 15 years, and everywhere as I go, I hear about the issues with it. Your support and recognition of that effort certainly increases our capabilities to reach out to the community, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, we will get started with our business agenda, which begins with agenda item number 13. And we'll get started with that. So agenda item number 13 is a final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for improvements on the following alleys. Does council have any other questions for Mr. Solberg? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Christopherson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to mention that almost half of these are in the Runway Avenue Sundet Park Neighborhood Association area, and I know that they are very appreciative of this, their alleyways being repaired. It's caused them a lot of stress with getting in and out of their homes, and I know that they are very appreciative of this, and so I just wanted to share that. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Berge?
Aye.
Christopherson?
Aye.
Greigert?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Lohr? Weld?
Aye.
Worthman? Anderson?
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 14 is a final resolution approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on the following streets: Chippewa Street, 2nd Avenue, and Comet Court. Again, does council have any questions from last night's presentation with Mr. Solberg? I don't see any. On a motion then by Councilmember Worthman and seconded by Councilmember Greigert, this item is moved. Is there any discussion?
I have an amendment to offer. Is that for the last one? Do I do that now then?
Sure.
Okay. So this is for Comet Court, Frisbee Lane to North.
And again, we are not able to display this without the use of our camera. Well, I take that back. Here we are. We're
Good problem solving. So do I need a second before I go on?
You can
or-
go ahead and share the
Okay.
amendment, and then we'll ask for a second.
Okay, well, I'll read
Yep.
it. So the motion to defer special assessment on parcel 12-0572E owned by Richard Hoffman, which relate to agenda item number 14 on the agenda of this city council meeting until such time as a parcel is developed, divided, or sold.
Is there a second? We have a second by Councilmember Worthman. Would you care to speak to the?
Sure.
amendment?
Thank you, Council President. This is just in response to Mr. Hoffman, who came last night to speak about his portion of on Frisbee Lane. I don't know if you remember from what he pointed out, is the small portion on the cul-de-sac. And Mr. Solberg helped me with this, and he talked with Mr. Hoffman today, so if anyone has any certain questions, I'm sure he could help you with the answers. But yeah, it's just so the cost would just stay on the books until, as it states, the parcel is divided, developed, or sold, and then the cost will be paid at that point. So this is his answering to his request last night, which I thought was a good request. So wanted to honor that.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Is there any other discussion regarding the amendment? Councilmember Beaton.
I have some questions for
Mr.
Mr.
Solberg?
Solberg. Yeah.
Mr. Solberg, if you could join us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So yesterday you mentioned, I think actually in regards to a different street assessment, that a street assessment is a homeowner is only assessed for the street that is facing their front door.
Correct.
Is this, I understand, is in the back of Mr. Hayden? Is that what, Hoffman? Mr. Hoffman's home. Was there a mistake in assessing him in the first place?
Nope, it's his backyard, but it's a separate parcel.
Oh.
So instead of being one continuous big backyard, it's actually a vacant lot that would have an address off of Comet Court. So that's why the assessments were levied off of Comet Court, because that's where the front of the house would be in the future.
Okay, I see. Could I have another question?
Certainly.
And do we have any precedent for deferment for this kind of reason?
There have been, over the last 7 years, there have been cases where property owners will come for undeveloped property and say, we don't have any plans to develop this. You know, if the project is originated by a different party along there, then typically they come to the council meetings like they did last night and request a deferral, either for economic reasons or future development reasons for that. So it happens with undeveloped lots, and it's not so frequent with a developed lot that has a house on it. Then there's a separate process for those.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. President. How many property owners are there on this cul-de-sac?
There are 5, I believe.
And with this deferral, none of that project will be affected that it impacts those other property owners, correct?
Correct. What in effect happens is instead of the costs of the street starting to be recouped next year on next year's property taxes, the city is in essence financing that portion of the street improvements until they're paid in the future. Okay. So as far as constructing the street, it'll still be constructed as planned for this summer. It won't be held up by the other parties that petitioned to have the street. It's just, I guess it would cost the city a little extra in interest on that money until it's paid back.
Do we have any idea as to how much that assessment would be for his property?
His property, if I remember correctly, was $12,000 for it. The assessments on Comet Court are higher than normal because it includes the underground work too, the utilities, as opposed to just the surface is about 40% of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Solberg or any other discussion in regards to the amendment? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, President Weld. I'm not typically the dollar and cents person, but when I was reading through the, does this deferment then accrue the 6% over the period of time, or is the interest deferred as well?
It does not in the way our systems are now. If they have a bill for $15,000, that's what is frozen, and if they start paying in 5 years from now, it's $15,000, and then the interest kicks in at that point.
Okay. And there's no, and this is until if it's never developed, never sold, and that's just an assessment that stays there.
Correct, and that's common. Oftentimes, we'll do a street, if these parcels were along, like the town of Washington, and they weren't even in the city, we'll put a marker in our special assessment system, and if that annex is 15 years in the future, then with the annexation, that assessment from 15 years prior would kick in when they access our utilities. So we have a number of these for different reasons that we track when they do become active. Our special assessment technician is alerted to if there's a building permit or if the property changes hands, a flag comes up and then those assessments are levied.
Is there any other questions or discussion? Councilmember Klinkhammer.
This is probably a question for Mr. Nick, but either can answer it. Until the parcel is at, or such time as the parcel is developed, divided, or sold, would that include inherited by, or should that read until the title is transferred?
City Attorney Nick?
My reading of this, we actually just had an issue come up not too long ago that I worked with Mr. Bohr on, our assessing specialist. And there is a provision in there that if it's transferred to an immediate family member, it doesn't kick in. So, right. But if it's basically if it's a third party unrelated sale, so this gentleman, Mr. Hoffman, chooses to sell at some point, or some family member, if they have it in, hopefully a long period of time, that's when it would kick in. But at least my recent review of the policy says, if for some reason it was transferring, say, to an immediate family member, we don't count that as a sale.
Any other discussion or questions for staff regarding the amendment? Thank you, Mr. Solberg. So we have a motion and a second and discussion in regards to the amendment. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that item passes that amendment passes unanimously. Back to agenda item 14, 14. Is there any other discussion or amendments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christofferson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr. Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson. Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Final resolution agenda item number 15, approving the project and levying special assessments for street and utility improvements on the following streets: South Slope Terrace and Wedgewood Avenue. Does council have any questions from staff in regards to last night's presentation? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton and seconded by Councilmember Anderson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr. Weld.
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton. Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 16 is a resolution ordering sidewalk to be repaired in accordance with Wisconsin Statute 66.0907 on the following streets: Chippewa Street, 2nd Avenue, South Slope Terrace, and Wedgewood Avenue. Does council have any questions for Mr. Solberg? I don't see any. Then on a motion by Councilmember Berge and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 17 is a resolution accepting and appropriating a grant from the Office of Preparedness and Emergency Health Care, Division of Public Health in the Wisconsin Department of Health Services to support emergency telephonic assisted cardiopulmonary resuscitation training. Because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote of the elected members or 8 affirmative votes is required for adoption. Ms. Thompson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This grant is from the Wisconsin Department of Health, and it was awarded to the Eau Claire Police Department in the amount of $3,160. This will assist with training costs for telecommunicators to receive emergency telephonic assisted CPR training. Our current telecommunicators need recertification biannually, and then we also need to send our new telecommunicators to the training. So there's no match required for this grant.
Thank
I
you.
can take questions.
Council have any questions for staff? Thank you very much. On a motion then by Councilmember Christofferson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lohr, Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Greigert,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 18 is a resolution authorizing the fire department to accept grant monies from the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation to purchase rope rescue equipment. Again, because this item amends the budget, a 2/3 vote of the elected officials, or elected members, or 8 affirmative votes is required for adoption. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. This grant is through the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation. They raise money through donations in their stores. And when they give a grant like this, the money comes from the public, or the local public donations, so it would just be coming from our store here in Eau Claire. This would be used to purchase ropes and devices that we use in our rope rescue incidents. It's for $9,585, and there is no match to this, so there is no out-of-pocket cost for the city.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Mr. Bertrand? I don't see any. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
On a motion then by Councilmember Worthman and seconded by Councilmember Greigert, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Greigert,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 19 is a resolution authorizing the sale of lots 23, 24, and 25, Sky Park to Alco Acquisition LLC. Good afternoon, Ms. Basom.
Thank you. Before you is a resolution authorizing the sale of lots 23, 24, and 25 in Sky Park. Alco would like the option to purchase lots 23, 24, and 25 to consolidate 4 separate businesses to one location, manufacturing warehouse businesses. The area is comprised of 7.4 acres for those 3 lots. The purchase price is $166,500. The option is $3,330 per year. If they decide to exercise the option on those lots, the option fee would be deducted from the purchase price at the closing. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. This might be for city manager. But, several years ago, the council made a decision that proceeds from the sale of lots in Sky Park would go to economic development. Is that still the case?
Yes. Any other questions for Ms. Basin? I don't see any. Thanks for coming up. On a motion then by Councilmember Beaton and second by Councilmember Anderson. This item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman. Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye. And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 20 is a resolution amending the purchase agreement for Lot 26, Sky Park, to Acre 3 LLC. Ms. Basin.
Thank you again. Before you, on this item is a resolution to amend the purchase agreement for Lot 26 in Sky Park to Acre 3 LLC. In October of 2017, the council approved the option to purchase Lot 26 to Acre LLC. They have since then acquired Lot 27 directly behind there and have a facility on there where they lease to Advac Americas, Inc. The option that they had expired at the end of November of 2019. They're looking to extend that option to retain Lot 26 for a future expansion. The amendment that's before you would extend the option to March 31st of 2021 with another one-year extension given mutual written consent by both parties, and it removes the Sky Park protective covenants. Lot 26 is 2.2 acres. Purchase price is $49,500 with a $990 per year option fee that would again be deducted from the purchase price at closing. Are there any questions?
Any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Bergy and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Christofferson.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I simply wanted to say how exciting it is to see this kind of activity in Sky Park. It's good to see business growing in our community.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson. Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 21 is a resolution approving the update of the Half Moon Lake Water Quality Management Plan. Does council have any questions for Mr. Pippinger from last night's presentation? I don't see. Then on a motion by Councilmember Christofferson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I just wanted to give a thanks to so many of the people that helped bring this plan forward. We have a strong community group. We have the commitment of our Waterways and Parks Commission. We have DNR working on it, Mr. Pippinger, and the city staff. And this, I've been on council for a little over 10 years now, and to see the progress of this Half Moon Lake and what it has become and where we're going with it is just exciting. And huge hats off to all the people that have made that possible and are looking forward to what's possible in the next 10 years. So thank you.
Any other discussion? No, again, I would like to extend our thanks to all the work that was put into this. It was an amazing read just to go through it and understand it and learn. And I think as our community continues to grow with that success, it's a win-win. So, Madam City Clerk, please call. I'm sorry, Councilmember Beaton.
I just want to say something real quick too, just because I love this kind of thing. This was actually my second time. Well, last night was my second time hearing about the plan. We heard about it at Waterways and Parks Commission, and the commission really appreciated hearing it too. One thing that really struck me last night when we first heard it at Waterways and Parks Commission was the Bronze Bay that is completely natural. There's no development, and I've never actually even seen the inside of Bronze Bay, and it's I think it's a really special thing that we have spaces like that in Eau Claire that are wild in the middle of our city that people can enjoy and appreciate and protect for the next generation. So I really appreciate the work that Mr. Pippinger put into this, and also all the community members to continue to protect spaces like that. So thank you.
Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Aye.
Bergy.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 22 is a resolution adopting the amended project plan for tax incremental district number 8, the downtown development area. Does council have any additional questions for Mr. Winsens from last night's presentation? I don't see any. On a motion then by Councilmember Worthman and seconded by Councilmember Greigert, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Greigert.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. I certainly appreciated our conversation yesterday about TID 8 and particularly the affordable housing piece and what may be possible there. And unfortunately, not a lot appears to be possible, but I do have an amendment that I'd like to introduce to make a motion for that would do something that a future council could at least consider doing. And I have copies of it that I could pass.
I'm seconding.
And just to kind of introduce it here, it is going up on the screen as well. But there are paper copies going around for council and staff. Essentially, this amends the Fourth Amendment of the Tax Incremental District Number 8 Project Plan for Affordable Housing. Specifically, Section 2, Paragraph 7 is hereby amended to read as follows, and I don't necessarily need to read the part that's already in there, but I'll read the part in red. And the part in red reads, and applies the affordable housing extension under Wisconsin statute, Section 66.1105(6G), allowing a city or village with a TIF district that has retired its debt and paid for all of its project costs to extend the life of the district for 1 year if the city or village does the following. A, adopts a resolution extending the life of the TIF district for a specified number of months up to 1 year, and B, specifies how the city or village intends to improve its housing stock. So that essentially is something that a future council can do, but.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Greigert and seconded by Councilmember Worthman. Did you care to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, I think it helps give direction and intention to the issue of affordable housing in this district, and I think I'm not sure exactly what our other project plans address with regard to this, but it could start a precedent of making sure it's in writing that it's an opportunity for any, at least TID that has a residential component to it. And also, I guess it also emphasizes the fact that we need to make sure this TID breaks even, and that it pays for its project costs and all of its debt. So it could be up to $2.3 million at the end of the life of the TID. So.
Any other discussion in regards to the amendment? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate Councilmember Greigert's initiative in sharing with future councils the intention and the focus of this particular time. It leaves some freedom, but I think it's really important to carry that intention so that there'll be an automatic reminder to future councils that that's a possibility and not missed. So I would be supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other discussion? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just have a question, clarifying question for the mover, of the amendment. So is this, you're saying if the council cares to do this, but it kind of reads like it's mandated. Does it mandate the council to, or can you just clarify that for me, please?
Thank you. I think maybe staff might be able to help clarify that better than me, but, because I had assistance with creating the amendment, but not sure if there's
City Attorney Nick? Or?
So it's recognizing that that's the intention. I mean, this is a plan in general. You know, it's an amendment of the project plan. So, right, I think it memorializes that intention in the plan, but by statute requires action, you know, at or approaching the time of closure of the TID, with recognition that those two, you know, those two prongs, A and B, are met, that financially the TID is capable of doing that, and then at that point identifying what those funds would be used for, and also identifying the length of time, up to 1 year, but as you can see from the statutory language that we're incorporating here, you know, it could be something less than a year, but up to 1 year. So recognition that the TID financially can do it, the duration of the increment to go towards affordable housing, and just exactly in what manner those funds would be expended. So that would have to be done at a future date.
Any other discussion regarding the amendment? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
And that amendment passes unanimously. Back to the resolution. Again, adopting the amended project plan for tax incremental district 8. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to follow up on our discussion last night regarding this amendment. And I think one of the things that our council has put a huge emphasis on, obviously, is the affordability of housing. And that's for our entire community, including our downtown. And one of the things I think I would like to see are what are our options in terms of overlay districts potentially in the coming years, where we could have a focus specifically on affordable housing. My hope is that even if the commission is passed tonight, that might be something they would consider bringing forward to our council as a recommendation, because it seems like if we're going to focus more on housing and use this tool toward that end, that we might have to do it in a slightly different way. So hopefully we're keeping that in mind.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Worthman for those comments. This is definitely a challenging vote for me as I try to balance the competing interests of finishing out this this district with in the black, with also wanting to make sure that we avoid the problem of gentrification, which folks spoke with us about last night. So I just appreciate the comments and the moment to think about this. Thank you.
Any other discussion? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Christofferson.
Aye.
Gragert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
No.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Greg. Oh,
Pardon? Okay. And that item passes unanimously. I'm sorry.
8-1.
8-1. Agenda item number 23 is a resolution adopting the amended project plan for tax incremental district number 9, Gateway Northwest Business Park overlay. Does council have any questions or additional questions from last night's presentation? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Beaton and second by Councilmember Anderson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Gragert,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lore,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 24 is a resolution approving a letter of intent regarding the proposed UWEC Event Center. Does council have any questions in regards to the presentation from Mr. Peters last night? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Bergy and seconded by Councilmember Lohr, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I'm really excited to support this letter of intent for the event center. And there's a few reasons, but I think first and foremost is that we have had a need in our community for a space that can accommodate bigger sporting events, bigger music productions, and all of the things that come with that. And that's something that, having served on Visit Eau Claire for many years myself, but also through constituents who I serve, have asked for that opportunity. And to me, the collaboration that the city can bring to this helps us get to that place. And I want to just point out, that we're looking at potentially $25 million of valuation in this project. We're looking at, I believe it's up to 15 new events that would be able to, 15 tournaments specifically that could come to this community, an additional 10 music events that would be able to happen. And beyond those things, which if that wasn't already a strong enough argument, I really see that the Menominee Street corridor has a huge future. And we're looking at the way that this could help develop restaurants, hotels, better housing in that area, better parks and trails, better infrastructure around Claremont. All of the things that could be, I think, can happen if we're serious about partnering with UWC, with the Mayo, and making this a reality. So, and Visit Eau Claire obviously as well. So last night, I'll just recap, I think we heard a strong level of support from our community, both our business community, those at Visit Eau Claire who are looking out for the interests of our community in terms of travel, our educational institutions, and our health. I think this covers so many bases. This is really that letter of intent to say we would like to continue down the path to figure out what's possible, and I'm happy to support it this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you. This is a project that I've been really excited about from the first time that we heard of it. And yet I have to say that this had been a decision that I struggled with. Our community has a lot of really exciting things happening, and we have a lot of priorities, and I think that we've seen our council really take a look at what our highest priorities are. And to me, I've noticed that our priorities have been around housing and sustainability, as well as these priorities like this that have been around for a long time. And as our city kind of faced some financial, I mean, we have budget struggles in our city, and I wanted to make sure that we're making sure that we're spending our money in line with our priorities, our top priorities. And what really set me over the edge in supporting this resolution was the fact that this development really has the potential to facilitate growth and development of housing in an area of our city that is where there are a lot of folks experiencing housing insecurity. And so I'm really excited about that. I'm excited at the potential for clean energy to be developed along with this development. And so I think that not only does this project really reflect the priorities that we've seen in our community around growth and around revitalization, but this project is also reflecting our newer priorities around affordable housing and sustainability. So I'll be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Councilmember Gragert. Sorry. Councilmember Gragert.
All right. Thank you, President Weld. I Yeah, I kind of wanted to echo what Councilmember Beaton said with regard to sustainability as a partnership opportunity with the university and the other partners, and also kind of the resiliency part of this, because the opportunity as a emergency shelter, I think, is something that maybe wasn't thought of right away, but due to the conversations that have been able to occur so far, that's a part of it. And really, the letter of intent is kind of the beginning of the conversation. So certainly the public can get involved in this and what other opportunities may be. In fact, just talking yesterday, with Mr. Rindo about transportation, Eau Claire Transit currently serves that area, and there is currently a partnership with UW Eau Claire to provide service to university facilities and for students, and there are services that the community can take advantage of as well. So we could see some expanding of transit and transportation and partnerships on where the parking would be and how we can utilize existing facilities. So just see a lot of great opportunities, and I really want to encourage the public to provide their input too, because in some cases this can feel like it's a, there's not really room for that, but I think we have quite a few months to work on this yet.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregor. Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I look at this project, not only is it exciting and part of our continuity of growth, but I also look at this as a new way that we partner with the university as they begin to develop the university off the main campus. So it shows that really there are no bounds. There are all kinds of things that we can imagine when we look at the potential that we have in our relationships. My thinking was really altered last night when I heard Mr. Rindo talk about this as a corridor, and all of the things that are really appropriately lined up there with sports, and it does really provide some exciting possibilities for Shawtown, which has been kind of off on the margin. So I'm really excited for the potential, and am confident also with the conservative fiscal management that we have of this vision. I think it's the right balance of potential and less risk. So I have no problem in supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Lohr.
Thank you, President Weld. I think that this project is really important to this community, that first time happening to the council, that our colleague, that we are working hard to have this event center building in this community. We are looking around the community around us that they have been building their city, that have been growing up into the new generations, and I think that this really interests that. Thanks to Mr. Peter that you're working hard to have partner that we can build this event in this community, and it will be for our kids and for our children for the future. So that I will be supporting this too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lohr. Councilmember Berge.
Thanks. On the line. So yes, I have, as my service on City Council, I also sit on the Visit Eau Claire board, so I've kind of seen the behind the scenes, which has been really interesting. And it's been wonderful to see the engagement of area businesses and hotels and restaurant owners and even people that serve on Visit Eau Claire board. That's people from Altoona, I believe a hotel in Lake Hallie, and they're all on board with this as well. So the university is a great partner, but it's partners all over our city and area, the Chippewa Valley. So I think that's very valuable, and I'm excited that the city can participate in that collaboration. And I've also, just to add to that, I've seen the work that's been done, and there's been a lot of work done too, of making sure that this is a successful project. It's changed since I've learned about it, but it keeps changing for the better, I feel like, as well. So yeah, I just wanted to uplift that. Also, I also heard for the first time about the sports corridor area language last night, and I also got excited. I thought that painted a really good vision for our community. And I wanted to add, in addition to Hobbs and Carson Park, and then the new event center, I feel like there's one more too, they said.
Tennis.
Oh, yeah, the ski jump. I also want to say there's also the new Winter Mission Trail that goes right by there. So I will add that into the sports corridor, too. There's a 4-mile loop that will go right next to the new site, which I think will fit in nicely as well. So
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
I can't let this opportunity go by. My satisfaction in supporting this is on a more personal note. Being a fellow alumni with the Sonnentags, I had the occasion about a year before they made this donation on a tour with them. My wife and I spent about 8 days with them, not exclusively, but often enough that we had a wonderful opportunity to speak highly about our community and about the university that we all attended, except for my wife, and we won't go there. But nonetheless, if when I say we, the university and the city and Mayo, are able to get the shovels in the ground in honor of the Sonnentags this year, it will be a wonderful thing. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Klinkhammer. Any other discussion? I would like to share that. I think it is just one more positive and productive step forward for this community. And I think the fact that so much time and effort that's gone into it from all stakeholders and the community. And I think that we've taken this process and slowly and carefully planned and prepared for the steps that lie ahead. So I'm excited for it and anxious to support it and look forward to partnering with all those that are involved. So if there's no other discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 25 is a resolution creating a new voting ward within the city of Eau Claire. Does council have any additional questions for Ms. Repo from last night's presentation? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Christofferson and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Lohr. Aye. Weld.
Aye.
Worthman. Aye. Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
Gregert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 26 is an ordinance creating Chapter 2.67 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire entitled Housing Opportunities Commission. Again, does council have any questions in regards to the presentation from last night for Councilmember Beaton or Councilmember Worthman or Mr. Allen? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Worthman and seconded by Councilmember, we'll have Councilmember Beaton second, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I already spoke a little bit last night on this item, but I just wanted to touch base again with folks about how important this is and why this matters. And I remember there was a few things that really jumped out at me over the last couple of years that have reminded me that while our community has seen a huge amount of success, we're a growing community, we do have a lot of people who are struggling to find affordable housing. One of the numbers that I can remember was something like 12%. That means 1 out of every 10 people that you know is paying half of their overall income to housing. 12%. 1 out of every 10 people that you know. the other thing that has really sort of stuck with me is the fact that we have over 40% of people that are paying close to a third of their income toward housing. And we've all discussed here that the affordability of housing is deeply connected to all of these other pieces, whether it's low wages, increasing childcare, increasing healthcare, food costs, et cetera. That those things are all connected. But I think what we're saying here as a community and as a city is, what is our role locally, and how can we help when it comes to the housing part of affordability in our community? And I think there's little doubt that that's something that we can impact in a huge way. So to me, that's really what this is about. It's about people, many of whom are struggling, that we're saying, how is it that we address our housing shortages and create more? I also want to say that I think we're being forward-thinking in Eau Claire by taking on something like this, and quite likely will provide an example for many other communities, not only in our state but in our region, about what can be done. And the inspiration for this Housing Opportunities Commission was from other communities likewise that have tackled these challenges. And I'm really excited because I think when we get folks together who are going to serve on this, if it passes, that they are going to bring forward unique and creative ideas that suit our community as we face the challenges of affordable housing. So I'm excited tonight that this is coming forward. This is a big deal. I also want to give a special thanks, of course, to my fellow council member, Kate Beaton, for the work back and forth over, I think it's been over 10 months, close to 10 months, to our city manager, to Mr. Scott Allen, our city attorney, the staff that have been involved. But I also want to give a special thanks to the Chippewa Valley Affordable Housing Task Force and the community of advocates who have helped us as an entire community push forward on this issue. There's a lot of work and a lot of people that have been involved in this, and I just want to say thanks for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Councilmember Beaton, did you have any other discussion? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, President Weld. So I always get confused with this, but I am so grateful for this coming forward because it brings to a focal point of higher conversation and commitment from the council. And I do have an amendment that I would like to propose if now is the time.
Certainly.
Now you're ready. Oh, thank you, I do.
Councilmember Christopherson.
So do I read it?
Sure, if
Okay.
you want to share the motion with us, and then
So
we'll look
this,
for a second.
the handout that you have is the entire section 2.67.030, but just the underlined pieces are the amendments that I'm proposing. So that it's in item B, where originally it says facilitate programs and funding. And I'm suggesting that it's facilitate access to programs and funding for developers, builders, and residents that contribute to Eau Claire's affordable housing, and especially to reduce costs for those who face the greatest need. And the other change is to add item E, and it states regularly but no less than annually convene a regional meeting of industry and community stakeholders to share the Commission's progress and direction on strategies for affordable housing and to receive feedback that may be incorporated into their work and recommendations to the City Council staff and wider community.
Go ahead.
You can if the mover and seconder are willing.
Okay. The mover and the second are willing to accept that as a friendly amendment?
I certainly am fine. I'm fine that you would accept it as friendly.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
impose on your generosity, I have a suggestion.
He's my second.
I was going to second this, but as long as that's not necessary, I would like to change the wording of the changes to B, to funding for groups that contribute to Eau Claire's affordable housing, including, here's where the change would be, including but not limited to developers, builders, and residents. 'Cause I think that when you start naming specific portions of the community as to being able to do something, intentionally or unintentionally, you may eliminate some that can help.
I'm not sure I understand the amendment. Can we maybe try to write it out or so we can all see it?
Sure, so in regards to Councilmember Klinkhammer's language, would you care to?
I'll give it to you verbally. I didn't write it out. Item B would read, facilitate access to programs and funding for groups that contribute to Eau Claire's affordable housing, including but not limited to developers, builders, and residents, and especially to reduce costs for those who face the greatest need.
Looks like Ms. Morrell has it on the screen in front of us as well. To the movers, do you want to accept this as a friendly, or do you want to pull it out separately?
I will just say I don't want us to be too specific and limit so that we're unintentionally leaving anybody out. And I don't really necessarily see if we would be leaving anybody out in this, but I'm getting a little nervous about how specific it's getting. But I will accept as a friendly.
Councilmember Worthman? All right, so we are back to the original resolution with the friendly amendment from Councilmember Christopherson. Councilmember Christopherson.
I just want, thank you. So now I just need instruction. I did want to make a statement about why I made this change. Would now be the time, or shall I wait until later on?
Sure, so the resolution now stands as presented with the changes that have been agreed upon by the movers. So we are in the discussion stage.
Okay. And I'm still
Councilman.
on. I'm still on, so I'm just going to keep talking. So one of my interests, being a new legislator, is that how easy it is to feel that information is flowing into the community when it really is very difficult to get information flowing into the community. And it's so easy in that situation when you're trying to move something forward to become really insular with who is providing input. So we have this really exquisite regional task force that has already built some experience between stakeholders, and it seemed that in item E, this places an intentional connection between that experience and this commission. So that was my statement, again, knowing how you can really place a thought and intention into the future by saying this works really well in the Eau Claire region, and intentionally connect with that network at least once a year. So that was my thinking in item E, not to make something really difficult, but to send that strand of connectivity in that broader housing conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Is there any other? Councilmember Beaton?
Yeah, I wanted to say thanks to Councilmember Christopherson for the attention to make sure that this work is being really well communicated to the community. I think that's critical. Your amendment also reminded me that I don't think that we've really explicitly called out the fact that this ordinance is intended to bring together people of diverse backgrounds, and we've really talked a lot about people with lived experiences of housing insecurity. But it's also meant to bring together people like developers and builders and people who are everybody who touches affordable housing in the process of creating affordable housing, so that we're going about this in a way that's both going to be helping people get into housing, but also helping our development industry grow and stay healthy, so that that work can continue too. So, yeah, thanks again.
Thank you, Councilmember Beaton. Any other discussion? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I have an amendment to offer. I don't know if I should do that now, or?
Sure, we're still on the original resolution, so
Okay.
or an ordinance, I should say.
Pass out my stack.
Councilmember Berge, if you want to share your motion,
Sure.
and then we'll look for a second.
Okay. Well, there's two sections of my motion. It was recommended we put them together, so that's what we did. Section 1, it would be under the definitions. So Section 1 and then B, affordable housing refers to housing units, and then this is the part that's changing, and their related expenses that cost no, and then that's and their related expenses, what I'm adding. Then it continues to say that costs no more than 30% of the average median gross annual income of a resident of Eau Claire to rent or finance utilizing prevailing home mortgage lending practices. And then the other amendment, number 2, Section 2, under the composition, so B, the commission shall include City of Eau Claire residents with backgrounds as local developers, realtors, property managers, and then I would like to add public health, lowercase ph, social service providers, or other applicable lived experience, and then it goes on. Moreover, at least one member with student housing lived experience. So those are the two changes I'd like to add to the motion.
Do the movers wish to accept these as a friendly amendment, or
Well, thanks.
with the added language and the ordinance that's before us there, is there any additional discussion?
Can I add
Certainly. Councilmember Berge.
kind of take Councilmember Christopherson's point, I'd like to just say a little bit why I wanted to add these two amendments. The first one, the definition, just to better align with what the Housing Task Force, Chippewa Valley Task Force, how they defined affordable housing, is they used and their related expenses, because as we know, our housing cost isn't just the rent or just our mortgage. It's, insurance, it's utilities, garbage, all the things that adults have to work with. So just to be all-encompassing expenses are more realistic. And then, so better align with what the Affordable Housing Task Force came up with. And then the composition, just when I think about our affordable housing work over the last couple of years, the health department members or representatives have been at the table for a lot of that work. I mean, just off the top of my head, I think about the work with Maples, the Maples neighborhood. And then also I know they've been very involved with the Sprint, Aaron Healy's work with the Sprint, working on getting people off the street. And then, so that was just off the top of my head. And then I reached out to Health Department Director about other things that they've done just in the last year. And if just to kind of
read that out loud. So they've also worked with the Eau Claire Housing Coalition, Dairyland Coalition that oversees the HUD and state dollars to address homelessness. They've been working with Jonah, including the Affordable Housing Task Force, the Chippewa Valley Housing Task Force, including providing data, and then current with Healthy Wisconsin Leadership Institute team focused on preventing homelessness, which is a team of people looking at the next step with the sprint. So I guess the health department and the people from the public health backgrounds are usually at the table, so I just wanted to really institutionalize that in this ordinance. So,
Thank you, Councilmember Berge.
you're welcome.
Is there any other discussion regarding this ordinance? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. I do also have a motion actually to amend this great ordinance, make it even better. There is actually I did write this up like as the meeting was starting, but I have some paper copies I can distribute, one in each direction, that I wrote for council, and then Ms. Morroll is putting up the language as well for the public and staff and beyond. So this is it's toward the end where it addresses duties and responsibilities of the new proposed commission, and it adds a whole nother paragraph, I, that reads, explore strategies to minimize the cost of utilities, parking, and transportation as factors impacting the affordability of housing. And this kind of builds off of some of what Councilmember Berge, I feel, was getting to as well in terms of some of those expenses, but I'll introduce it further later if I have a seconder.
Do the movers wish to accept this as a friendly, or would you like to see a second? All right. So, did you care to speak to it any further, Mr. Councilmember
Sure.
Gregor?
Yeah, obviously appreciate the friendliness of of this conversation so far. Yeah, I feel it kind of fleshes out a little bit more detail as a specific duty and responsibility of the commission to dive into a few of the areas that I think add a lot of expense in relation to housing. Utilities, obviously, and I don't know exactly what percentage of the expensive housing utilities are. And transportation, we heard yesterday about the cost of parking associated with particularly high-density development where you want to have underground parking. It can be as high as $25,000 per space for a ramp kind of situation for parking. So I think having some language about this commission, having their eye on parking and transportation is important, including where we're citing these developments as well in terms of public transportation and bike and pedestrian access. And really, there's a lot of opportunities, as was mentioned earlier, about the health department. There's other aspects of our city that this intersects with. If we really want to have an all hands-on-deck approach to affordable housing, we need to involve transit, involve Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and Sustainability Advisory Committee into the conversation too, and make sure that we have some experts on the commission as well that can make sure that these aspects of the issue of affordable housing are in front of people's minds too. So such a multifaceted issue, I feel it needed a call out. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Gregor. Any other discussion in regards to the ordinance that's before us? Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to propose an amendment, and I would be surprised if you perceive it as friendly, but it is intentionally friendly. Trust me, okay? It's very simple. Under the section creation, 2.67.010, a Housing Opportunities Commission for the City of Eau Claire is hereby created for a period of 5 years to end on January 30th of 2025. And if I get a second on that, I will speak to it.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Thank you. In the short time that I've been back on the council, and I've been impressed with the impact that the Housing Task Force and a lot of our citizens in the community have brought affordable housing and the subject of housing from a point where no one was paying attention to it, so that it's now part of our budgeting process. It's part of a great amount of effort that we are putting forward to improve the health of our community, to make economic growth happen on a stronger basis. And it's exciting to see. Councilmember Worthman is probably the only one on the council right now that remembers about 4 years ago, the sitting council at that time, especially a committee that was formed to look at the number of commissions and committees that had been formed over time, and the amount of staff time and time of council members to serve on those commissions, and to try and determine whether or not the existence of those committees and commissions were delivering to our community and to our council the benefit of the effort and the expense of staff time to do it. Or was that information coming to the council through the community in other ways? It provoked a fair amount of debate, and I think that in speaking with Councilmember Worthman yesterday, there were like 4 or 5 commissions that were eliminated to free up staff time for things that we felt at the time were more important, both from what the council was doing at the time and what was going on in the community at that time. I fully expect that this is going to pass, and it undoubtedly, even though the question of housing has become such a more visible and impactful issue, having a commission that can look at specific ways of focusing effort and resources on different and unique aspects of the issue of housing is going to be a great thing. But does not diminish that, okay? The reason I wanted to have a sunset on it is to make it easier for the council sitting at that time to make a decision as to whether it is still a commission that is doing what is needed to be done at that time. I'm not idealistic enough to think that they're going to have all the problems solved within 5 years. But I'm not also naive enough to think that we may make headway to the point where there are other pressing issues that demand staff time. My amendment merely brings it back to the attention of the council at that time to confirm that that's what we need. That's where our priority is, that's where it should be, and that's where our time should be devoted. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Klinkhammer. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate the amendment, Councilmember Klinkhammer, and thanks for the discussion last evening as well. I think there's two pieces of this. I think first of all that Councilmember Klinkhammer is right. A number of years ago, we did downsize a number of committees and commissions in our community for our city. And it was a very contentious thing. And to me, that process, which was to have the appointments committee and a special task force look at it, is probably the better way to focus on whether or not a committee or commission is still needed. We have a precedent set. We have a process. It was followed 4 years ago. I didn't appreciate all of the recommendations at the time, but they were made and changes were made to our committees, commissions, and boards. So I think number one is I would focus on that process as probably the more deliberative way to take on whether or not the commissions or committees are still doing the tasks we've set them to do. I think second is that this would be the only such commission, committee, or board that has a sunset clause in it. And to me, I think, again, if in future councils it's seen as, that there's not a purpose or the charter that we've given them isn't being fulfilled, I think it's upon that council to make the decision at that time that they would like to do it. I think third, actually, and this comes to the staffing issue, is we're specifically adding more planning department staff and capacity, not just because of this, but because of the issue of affordable housing. And I think, to me, that gives the extra strength that we need to help have a staff person who can take on this committee, this commission. So I won't be supporting this amendment, but I appreciate your rationale and bringing it forward.
Councilmember Beat.
Thank you. I too appreciate the amendment and appreciate that it was offered with friendly intent. I also will not be supporting, however. I agree with the points that Councilmember Worthman mentioned, and wanted to add that I think that a lot of staff time was already put into creating this commission. We mentioned that we've been meeting with staff for about 10 months, and I think staff time is going to be used to consider the sunset clause in 10 years. And I think that if I had any hope that this work would be done in 5 years, then maybe that would be worth the staff time. But and Councilmember Klinkhammer also agreed with this, that I think that it's inconceivable that will be done with this work in 5 years. That the duties or the work, what the work looks like might change in 5 years. But this is a massive issue that our community has been struggling with for a long time, and that communities have been struggling with for a long time. And so, and lastly, I think that with a deadline or something like a deadline, it could change the way that a commission would work. I could see, a different sense of prioritization or urgency that may not be as helpful, and I would worry about how a commission would see, this short window to address such a massive issue, and how that would change the way that they see their role and they see their work that they're doing. So I will not be supporting this amendment either. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilmember Gregor.
Yeah, thank you, President Weld. I also won't plan on being a seconder, at least, of this.
We have a second.
Oh, we do? Okay. Or someone who will support it. And the reasons, I guess, are, I was around as a citizen for the debate about restructuring of commissions and committees as well as reducing their number. And I also around as a citizen for the creation of Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee and Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I think we really just don't know what'll happen within 5 years, and there's a lot of innovation going on globally, let alone locally on an issue like affordable housing, and really what we've seen with sustainability and bike and pedestrian issues too. If we would have put a sunset clause essentially on those, I could see a lot of missed opportunities. And I think a lot of this stuff is a really long road, and These problems don't necessarily ever go away, but if we have an intentional way of looking at them and over a long period of time, we can at least manage the challenges much better and really provide a space for ongoing community engagement. So I won't be supporting the proposed amendment.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Rebuttals, please. Much is made about the end date being the first commission that was formed with one. But if I'm not mistaken, this is the first one that's been formed since we did that reorganization. So I'm not trying to diminish the importance of it. I'm just saying, let's facilitate this. Let's facilitate that discussion so that it doesn't have to be as contentious and as drawn out as it was a few years ago. I mean, it'll come back. If it's as vital then as it is now, you got 6 votes, and it goes. And you don't have to wait till the end of the 5 years. But it triggers that debate that do we need to sharpen the focus? Do we need to do this? Do we need to do that? I mean, do we need to look at something else? It's a simple discussion and a simple solution.
Thank you, Councilmember Klinkhammer. And I wondered, I think in the spirit of what you're trying to get at, if it would make more sense in the future, looking at it in a broader sense, and in that, we form some sort of initiative that states that council will evaluate all committees and boards and commissions every 5 years or 10 years to see if they're still needed, if they're serving their purpose, if it's working, as far as staff and council time and so on. And maybe it's rather than just, when I'm not sure when it was done prior to when it was done 4 years ago, but if we set up a check-in every 5 years to say, is this the right direction? Any other discussion or comment? Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to echo what you just said. That's where my brain went too, to maybe we just need a policy of looking at all the committees rather than picking on this one, or not picking on it, but pinpointing this one. So I agree.
Any other discussion in regards to the amendment from Councilmember Klinkhammer? Councilmember Christopherson.
Thank you, Council President. I would just ask a question of, is there any automatic review of
City Manager
committees
Peters.
and commissions?
No.
Any other discussion? City Manager, please call the roll. I'm sorry. Right. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. Thank you.
Councilmember Weld,
No.
Worthman,
No.
Anderson,
No.
Beaton,
No.
Berge,
No.
Christopherson,
No.
Greigert,
No.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lord.
No.
And that amendment is defeated. Back to the original ordinance with 3 friendlies. Is there any other discussion? Councilmember Beaton.
I just wanted to thank you all for coming with such care with amendments. Like we've already mentioned, Councilmember Worthman and I worked on this ordinance for a really long time, and we got to a point where it was like, we want to make this the best it can be, but at a certain point we were like, this has to come to council, and we're sure that we missed a few things, and so we were expecting some amendments, and I just wanted to say they're really appreciated. So thank you.
Councilmember Christopherson.
The last thing that I would like to say about this particular commission and this particular issue in our community, I was so inspired by the water quality report and the length of time that has been in front of the community, because it was a huge, seeming insurmountable, but has had a complete turnaround in addition to the value of our community. It's a huge draw as an urban lake. And I think that we can just claim that as when we put a focus and we hold that large issue in front of ourselves as a community, that we really can turn this around and make us a healthy, vibrant community for all levels of income. I think this is an important time and a very workable focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Christopherson. Any other discussion? City Attorney Nick.
I just wanted to quickly bring to your attention, this was the twice friendly amendment. So we just did some quick drafting, particularly of Councilmember Klinkhammer's version. So just want to make sure that that's consistent with how you want it to read. I think as originally stated verbally, it used the word contribute to Eau Claire both before and after building developers and residents. So we just took its reference out before. So that worked for everybody.
Thank you for correcting me.
If I could, okay, he actually had put contribute to affordable housing by groups, so I just wanted to,
Is everyone good with what's written before us? Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman.
Aye.
Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye. And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 27 is an ordinance rezoning a property located at West 3380 Highway 37 from P to C3P, and to adopt a general development plan with a site plan for plumbers and steam fitters, UA Local 434. Does council have any additional questions for Mr. Allen from last night's presentation? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Berge, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing, Councilmember Berge.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to give a thank you to Councilmember Beaton for asking the question about the restored prairie, if it be maintained. I don't know if you saw the email from Mr. Allen saying that they weren't aware of it, but now they are aware of it. So thanks for asking that question last night.
Thank you, Councilmember Berge. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Anderson.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Berge.
Aye.
Christopherson.
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Lohr.
Aye.
Weld.
Aye.
Worthman.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 28 is an ordinance rezoning a property located at 318 Elm Street from RM to RMP, and to adopt the general development plan with site plan for a 6-unit apartment building. Again, any questions for Mr. Allen from council? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Lohr and seconded by Councilmember Christopherson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make a comment on this item. I'm glad that this development is coming forward. It's actually in a very needed area in our community. One of my concerns, it's not a huge concern, but is regarding windows. And I think I brought it up last night. We received a communication today in our inboxes about how it's difficult to incorporate windows into this specific development. But to me, we have a number of apartments here that only have windows on one side of their apartment. That's problematic. if any of us think of our homes and were to take all the windows and put them only on one side, obviously that would affect the way that our living space feels and operates and contributes to our well-being. So I want us to be really serious in thinking about how we can encourage windows that are on all sides of our living, of our housing projects. And just going forward, it's something that I'm going to be serious about, and I hope our council and our planning commission and everyone else are sort of taking that issue up a little more.
Thank you, Councilmember Worthman. Any other discussion regarding the ordinance? I'm sorry, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Worthman's comment. That could be a potential thing for our newly formed Housing Commission to consider. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Bergy?
Aye.
Christofferson?
Aye.
Greigert?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Lohr?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman?
Aye.
Anderson?
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 29 is an ordinance amending the general development plan for a C3P zone property located on the east side of London Road, south of Damon Street, for a commercial building. Again, is there any questions for Mr. Allen in regards to this agenda item? Seeing none, and a motion by Councilmember Klinkhammer and seconded by Councilmember Worthman, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Worthman, did you have?
No, my apologies.
No? Okay. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bergy?
Aye.
Christofferson?
Aye.
Greigert?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Lohr?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman? Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 30. Is an ordinance in accordance with Section 66.0217 Wisconsin statutes annexing to the City of Eau Claire, and particularly to the 16th Assessment Ward, 4th Aldermanic District, 1266 County Highway F, Town of Wheaton, Chippewa County, as shown on planning drawing number 20-1A, CMJM Properties. An annexation ordinance requires 2/3 vote of the elected members of the governing body. Therefore, 8 affirmative votes of the 11 elected council members are required for adoption. Mr. Petrie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council President Weld. Before you tonight is an annexation for approximately 17 acres, currently located in the town of Wheaton, Chippewa County. The property owner is requesting an annexation from C&MJ Properties to annex the property. It does have an existing single-family home that potentially will be demolished. This request will come back before this commission and council for rezoning and plat. With that, I'd be standing for any questions tonight.
Does council have any questions for Mr. Petrie? I don't see any. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Greigert and seconded by Councilmember Beaton, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmembers Christofferson?
Aye.
Greigert?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Lohr?
Aye.
Weld?
Aye.
Worthman? Anderson?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Bergy?
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 31 is a charter ordinance relating to the city council and the reapportionment of the aldermanic districts of the city of Eau Claire. Adoption of the charter ordinance requires a 2/3 vote of the elected members of the governing body. Therefore, 8 affirmative votes are required of the 11. Does council have any questions for Ms. Riepel? Seeing none, then on a motion by Councilmember Anderson and seconded by Councilmember Bergy, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Greigert?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Lore,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. Agenda item number 32 is an ordinance amending Chapter 2.48 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire entitled Board of Review. Good afternoon, Mr. Winsens.
Good afternoon, Council President Weld, City Council. Before you this evening is an ordinance amending Chapter 2.48 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire entitled Board of Review. The Board of Review is the body established by statute that reviews appeals of determinations of value made by the city assessor. So this is the body that property owners can appeal their assessments to if they feel that they're inaccurate. The Board of Review is currently comprised of 14 members, including all 11 members of the City Council, the City Manager, the City Treasurer, and the City Clerk. Increasingly over the course of the last couple of years, we've had difficulty getting a quorum of members there in order to hold the Board of Review meetings. The Board of Review generally meets during the day, and obviously that can be problematic for members, particularly members of the City Council who have other full-time employment. Therefore, we are suggesting that we alter the composition of the Board of Review, and then this recommendation would actually be more in line with our comparable communities. When I did survey our comparable communities, not a single one of those communities had the entire City Council serving as representatives on the Board of Review. As proposed in this ordinance, the Board of Review would be comprised of 7 regular members, including 2 members of the City Council, and those would be specifically appointed members of the City Council, not just any 2. There would be 3 at-large members. Also would include the City Manager as well as the City Clerk. In addition, we would have 1 City Council member appointed as an alternate member in case one of the 2 regular City Council members had a conflict of interest or was not able to make a particular meeting. Additionally, we would suggest also having 2 at-large members, community members, appointed for the same purpose. So staff is recommending approval of this amendment to Chapter 2.48 of the Code of Ordinances.
Thank you, Mr. Winsens. Is there any questions from council? I don't see any. Thank you very much. On a motion then by Councilmember Lohr and seconded by Councilmember Christofferson, this item is moved. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll. I'm sorry. Councilmember, no?
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Lore,
Aye.
Weld,
Aye.
Worthman. Anderson,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Bergy,
Aye.
Christofferson,
Aye.
Greigert.
Aye.
And that item passes unanimously. We have 1 ordinance for introduction, an ordinance rezoning a property located at West Princeton Avenue from R1 to P Public and to adopt the general development plan with site plan for Princeton Park with site improvements. Does council wish to suspend the rules and take up this ordinance? Seeing none, we will move to announcements. City Manager Peters.
Thank you, Council President Weld. I have none tonight.
All right. Is any announcements from council? Seeing none, then if there is no objection, we are adjourned.
This program was brought to you by a cooperation between Newsworks and the City of Eau Claire. A transcript of this meeting is available for the hearing impaired. It will be available within 7 days of this telecast. Call 715-839-4912 or TDD 715-839-1689. Or write Eau Claire City Clerk, P.O. Box 5148, Eau Claire, Wisconsin 54702-5148. Newsworks is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, please contact us via phone at 715-839-5067 or online at valleymediaworks.org.